everybody. We will start the meeting. It is 9:30 and we do have quorum. So I will read the karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hiaki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei Māori ora. Tēnā koutou katoa, nā mai ki te hui o te konahira o pōna ki e tēnei rā. Tēnā whakamohia mai ki a o, ki te tehi, kai tohu matua manapuri, ranai mena ka wehi koe e te hui. So I think I might give it up there. So welcome everyone today to the Koata Hātepe Regulatory Process Committee meeting, and please let me or Sophie know if you intend to leave the meeting, and morning tea will be after item 2.1. We do actually have quite a lot of public participation, so I've had to fit within our recommended hour of public participation. I have had to restrict everyone to 5 minutes. I'll try and be a little bit lenient if we are able to be so. But we will now, we'll do our best. Apologies. I've just had an apology for late arrival from Councillor McNulty. Apart from that, I'm not aware of any apologies. So I move the motion that we accept that apology for late arrival from... Oh, he is here. Okay, well, we don't need to. Oh, I thought he was telling me he had to get in a car and go somewhere. Alrighty, so we don't need to do that. Conflict of interest declarations. I call on members to declare any conflicts of interest they may have in relation to the items on the agenda. Do we have any? Don't appear to be any. The confirmation of minutes. So I move the motion that we approve the minutes of our last meeting, which was held on the 3rd of June. They have been circulated and that they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Madam Mayor. We will vote on that. And that is carried. There are no items not on the agenda, so we will now move to our public participation. So first up, I have James Burgess from Cycle Wellington, speaking to the Karori Connections paper. Oh, it's Alex. Welcome, Alex.
Kia ora koutou. Sorry for the mix-up. James' name got on there somehow. I won't keep you long. Kia ora everyone, thank you for letting me have the time to speak. I'm just going to speak briefly to cycling impact work in this meeting to do with kai wharawharanaio and Karori later on in the meeting. So on behalf of Cycle Wellington, really saddened and disappointed to see this kind of effort going into what we think is going to be compromising to cycling facilities that are just embedded, just getting their, kilometres under the wheel, as it were. I think this is a really bad time to be undertaking such work. We've just been through a very, arduous attention to detail with every last dollar that's being spent by this council, and some of the options to do with this work seems to be using money that we don't have, apparently. Just in general, so for both of these things, we really strongly oppose any further compromising to the cycling facilities as they are. A lot of these designs have been designed and implemented to what we were calling a transitional quality. So a lot of the qualities of the implemented design weren't to a complete standard that we ultimately hope for one day. So just some brief points to kai wharawhara. Again, object to any removal of the cycle path, and it seems like there's a lot of scope for collaboration with some of the local parking businesses and that the primary challenge of this investigation is to do with parking management and timing of parking in the general area, as opposed to using up space that can be better used by people in safe and sustainable transport modes. So yeah, please look at the turning and the turnover and the timing of your parking in that area. And to Karori, again, object to any removal of full-time separated cycleways, and we're strongly against utilising any notions of shared paths and clearways. So I think some of the options in your paper has those kinds of suggestions, which we're strongly opposed to. Our preferences are for option 1 or 2, which is either do nothing or look at parking management with the parking that you have in the area better. Option 3, again, is spending a huge amount of money, more than we've been told recently to budget for. So this would be a poor spend of this time, is what we're hearing, and the notion that paint separation is okay because there's lots of sections up Karori that have paint separation only. So surely that's shows that it can work. And what we'd say to that is to remember that that's a transitional implementation decision. It's not the objective of getting good cycling facilities. We weren't aiming for paint separation throughout the rest of the sections. It's not a sign that that's what we want. It's not a sign that that's what works. And it would just be compromising another section that we, if we were to just use paint instead of the physical separation that's there. I understand the kinds of pressures that you're under, so that if you do want to spend lots of money on encouraging more people to drive at this time of climate emergency, then that's your prerogative. I think you'd still see some cyclists, but it's very early in the piece. You don't have a lot of data on this project. It's too soon to be making such radical changes to the design. It seems like this change is over and above minor implementation improvements, and it's not actually improving the cycling by that minor improvement. So you're spending it on car parking instead. I think that I'll leave it there. Any questions with 7 seconds?
Yeah, are there any questions for Alex? Yes. You make it brief.
Yep, great. Just quickly, when you compare the painted lines against the temporary sort of separation that we actually have with those little poles and the little concrete, do you find that there's any difference in driver behaviour?
Yes.
You do. So what do you actually find?
There's more space given, and studies show this, that if you have only paint separation, cars will end up generally closer to people on bikes, and there's a lot more, swerving into spaces, but in both directions. So having the separation helps demarcate the space for driver safety as well as cyclist safety.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We're out of time, but thank you very much, Alex.
Ka kite.
Next up is Steve Cosgrove. Welcome, Steve. We're only able to allow 5 minutes, I'm sorry. We have a lot of public participation today.
Yes, there's the... Okay. Thanks again to everyone, to the efforts you've put in so far. We've made tremendous progress. So it's been a long, continuous session, program that we've had. Started 10 years ago, and it's looking good. I managed to get down here very nicely in safety this morning. Thank you. But we need to continue this. And the main thing I want to say, you may remember this slide. It's from both my long-term plan submissions, and that's what it is all about to me. It's all about rangatahi. It's about future generations. I'll ride my bike anyway. I'm old and ugly and fit, and I'll just keep going. But we want young people. I want someone to still be, I want more people to be paying rates in 20 years when I'm riding my bike up to wherever Sarah's living to see her. And we need to have young people coming into the city, and at the moment that's not happening. And so Paul Callahan made this statement a few years back, and my pointy thing's not working. Could you forward the slide? Yeah. And more recently, Rod Drury, one of Wellington's leading tech entrepreneurs, started Xero, has done all sorts of good things. He had a lot to say on the topic at a recent Vision for Wellington meeting, and he's since published some of it in a blog post on LinkedIn, and I've put a quote there from him. He's employed those rangatahi, the people, the bright young people who we want to stay in Wellington, we want them to keep going and continue this work, and he's employed a lot of them in the process of managing Xero. And you can see there what he had to say. Being a vibrant, being alive, being a progressing city is vital to that. Next slide, please. So, we want to minimise rates. There's no doubt about that. But we also want to have people here in the city in the future to pay the rates, regardless of whether high or low. We need to do whatever we can to keep the city growing. And part of that is making sure it's attractive to future generations. And diverse transport options of all types are part of what makes a 21st century city. Next slide, thanks. And so this issue with Glenmore Street's not just about parking. There are parking options. There's numerous data in the latest report, the reports to the previous meeting, my submissions in the minutes from the last meeting. We showed that there is parking available around Glenmore Street. It's just not always where people would like it to be. People might have to walk a little bit if they can, or drop someone off and then go and find a car park. Car parks are there. We have repeated calls from our officers, limited today, but who have done a lot of work. They're catching up on the on the time they spent measuring parking in Glenmore Street by being somewhere else at the moment. But the parking is there. It's just, it takes a change, and change is hard. There's no doubt about that. Change is hard, but if we're going to have a vibrant, moving city, there has to be change. Now, in response to Ray's point, thank you for bringing up that point about the painted cycle lanes. If you want to know how painted cycle lanes work, go sit at and watch Victoria Street between Ghuzney and Vivian, I think. It's very much an attitude of a lot of car drivers is, if there's not a physical barrier, then the cycle lane is a polite request asking me to please give cyclists some space if it suits me. That's how many road users treat painted markings. It's not protection. In this particular case, there will be people who will stop in the clearway to drop people off. There'll be, I'm sure you can imagine the excuses. I don't have time to go into them, but there will be people doing that. If you remove the barriers, cars will stop there regardless of what the law is. We don't have the parking enforcement to be there 24/7. And the other interesting question I have is who will use new parking created? If there's convenient looking parking, whoever's passing by will stop in it. There's no guarantees it will go to the people who this measure is said to be targeting. I think there's one more slide. No, there's not. Okay, so that was what I wanted to say. Look at that, 5 seconds for questions.
That's very eloquent. Do we have questions for Steve? Yes, from Ray.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming in again, Steve. For the Botanic Gardens, that Glenmore Street, we've had a lot of people saying that they tend to go to the Botanic Gardens when they're older, and so when they're retired, they have time to go during the day, and they can't find places to park because they can't walk very far. So there's some disabled and some just purely elderly. So that's getting to be quite an issue for them. So where would you suggest that they could actually go?
It was another person from the council, actually, who commented to me, looking at the stats from the Rose Garden. He said, wow, if I want to find a park in the central city, I'll go to the Rose Garden. Honestly, Ray, those parks in the Rose Garden during the weekdays are never full. Sorry, Councillor Chung.
Great, thank you very much.
Full in the Rose Garden.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. We're out of time, but thank you for making those points. Well, Alex, you're on the ball. Welcome, Alex Gray. You're speaking on the Jardim Mile TR, I believe.
Yeah, I've got some slides, so hopefully they'll come up. Are you able to do them, Sophie?
That looks like Jardim Mile.
That's Jardim Mile. Yeah, there's 3 slides. The first one is a very elderly slide. You've got the second. You got that's it. Yes. Good morning, councillors. My submission's on behalf of the Automobile Association. We're firstly disappointed that we weren't consulted on this proposal, and it's only because I got a phone call from Councillor Randall that we were even aware that it was on. But the drawings are not clear, and that's why we've only been able to support in principle. But our key concern is safety. If you look at this elderly drawing, which I took in the early 80s when I worked on the Narronga flyovers, you see there used to be a footbridge there. And that's why we're concerned that the safety measures proposed for this intersection don't actually go far enough, because there's a significant risk of death and serious injuries for cyclists and pedestrians crossing the road, which hasn't been addressed. And when you read the safety audit, which I had to request under the Official Information Act because it wasn't provided in the documents, it says, the project scope is limited to improvements associated with connecting the existing network with Te Aratapua shared path. So we're concerned that a number of safety issues raised by both ourselves and other submitters relating to pedestrian cyclists crossing the intersection have not been addressed. Note that the title of this proposal is Jardim Mile Intersection and Active Mode Safety Improvements. So our view is that you should do it once and do it right. And you found money elsewhere to do safety improvements on much lesser roads like Nio Gorge. You've just spent $563,000 on a cycle rack just off the terrace here, which has got 1 bike in it currently when I looked this morning. So our view is that you should do it once and do it properly. Moving on to the next thing. We're concerned there's no traffic impact assessment on the construction phase. Now, looking at this photo here, actually that's the second photo. Can you show us the other one with the bus stop photo, please, Sophie? That one. So when we're looking about traffic impact assessment, we're looking about both the construction and the permanent phase. And one of our concerns is that this photo here shows the proposed location to the south of the new bus stop, where that white van is. Our concern is that if you build a bus stop there, it will actually jut out into the traffic lane and hold up the peak hour traffic. So if you go to the next slide, please, Sophie. That's the view of the current bus stop. Now, if you look closely at that junction, at that bus stop, there is actually scope to tweak the footpath at the northern end a little bit and put a clear glass sheet on the bus shelter and carry on using that bus shelter and still provide more roof room for the shared path without delaying the traffic. Councillors need to remember there are 75,000 vehicles a day using this intersection, and if it doesn't work, you're the ones who will be getting the calls saying, I'm stuck in a traffic jam. And one of my concerns is that when Tinakori Road improvements were done, there were 30km/h speed limit signs up for weeks when there was nothing actually going on. And this is a significant concern of ours, because obviously the work to improve safety at this intersection for cyclists, pedestrians, is going to have to happen at night, but then there doesn't need to be any 30km/h speed limit signs left out in the morning unless there's a speed reduction, unless there's a lane reduction, because you're going to clog up the traffic and people won't be able to get to work. And the previous speakers just talked about making Wellington a more attractive place to actually come to work. Well, some people have to come to work by car if they live in a place which hasn't got any public transport or they don't ride a bike. So, looking forward, we'd like to support this proposal. We haven't seen enough detail. We understand that NZTA have supported the proposed slip lane, and I've had a look briefly at the traffic data there, and I can see that that's worked, and that's a safer proposal for cyclists to get to the crossing point. but council needs to address the speed limit at this intersection. It's currently 80 kilometres an hour. That is not a safe speed for people to cross the road. I've seen numerous people jump red lights. I've been hit in a car by a lady who was texting going through a red light. So I would urge councillors to do the whole thing properly and do it once. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll have Councillor Randall.
Just in terms of the bus options, what you're really saying is that the design for the southbound bus stop really needs to be relooked at, so it's not going to be a hindrance to morning peak traffic.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Are there any others? Ray, I actually think we probably are out of time. Sorry. Yeah, but thank you very much, Alex.
Cheers.
Next up, we've got David Tripp from the Hut Cycle Network, again speaking about Jardim Mile. Welcome, David.
Good morning. First, thank you for tackling this intersection. It's been kicked down the proverbial road for the last 20, 30 years. It's the region's only location where people need to run across 6 lanes of traffic at 80 kilometres an hour to get to the railway station. Can you put my slides on view mode? They don't seem to come with you in a moment. That'll do. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Why am I here? Regular cycling is the best thing you can do for your people's health. I have no pill this good, so please make this intersection something that attracts people to bike. We're talking about one of the final links on a huge multi-stage project that will, after a century of talking, link the Hutt CBD to the Wellington CBD. Yet the design standards you are considering today have lost a sense of this big picture. I'm also here about safety. You've done so much work to make cycling a safe option elsewhere on this route. Your proposals for this intersection set the bar too low. It's personal for me. The picture on the left is me on this path with 4 fractured vertebrae. I would rather be the person on the right. Incidentally, this slide is from a previous presentation on this route. The baby face on the right gives you a good indication of how long we've been working on this. To set the scene, this is the design standard for the path from this intersection north through to Petone, currently under construction. It's going to be such a high standard that pedestrians are apparently going to want to have handbags and wear suits. But most importantly, high-speed cyclists and pedestrians are separated by design. So we would particularly like 2 changes. The first is separation of cyclists and pedestrians wherever possible. Cyclists will be going fast. They will be on e-bikes doing the 10 kilometres from the Hutt to the Wellington. There are forecast to be 2,000 a day in just over a year's time when Te Ara Tupua opens. Having just rescued poor pedestrians from dancing through 6 lanes of traffic, you're now going to mix them with these cyclists. There is room to amply separate them. Please do this. Officers responded to this suggestion by saying the following. First, it's not separated to the south, but this is because that's the only section that hasn't yet been upgraded. It doesn't make sense to use the bits you haven't done yet as the benchmark for improvement. Secondly, cyclists will be going in lots of different directions, so separation doesn't make sense. No, the section we're talking about is only north-south, behind and south of the bus stops. Third, the officers said there will be movement of pedestrians to and from the bus stops. Well, that's exactly why we want separation. Try getting off a bus into a river of cyclists. It does not work. Fourthly, it's not separated under the bridge, so why do it elsewhere? Well, we know that. Fixing that problem would involve shifting the interchange, and no one's up for that. But there is room in the section we've requested. Fifthly, the suggestion will come back to it when Hutt Road is upgraded. Sorry, we've been waiting 20 years. Please don't kick the can down the road again. The bulldozers will be in there now. Why would you dig it up twice? The second request is please for a raised crossing across the tunnel. I've biked this route for 30 years and have never seen a truck use this tunnel. It seems ridiculous to prioritise ghost stock trucks over 2,000 cyclists a day. Officers cite problems with trucks turning on a platform. This is completely mitigated by the crossing and tunnel being a necessarily incredibly slow speed environment anyway. Bottom line, we're 90% of the way there and finally building a high quality route for active modes and Wellington, on which we will spend $500 million. You have the space to do this small section properly. You will not lose any car parks. There are no retailers. You will not have to pick any more shrapnel out of your skin. Please don't build a weak link. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Do we have questions? Whoa, that was pretty succinct. Yeah. Did you realise NZTA are paying for this?
Yes.
I wonder how that maybe affects our ability to actually negotiate the design.
You have ample space to shift a curb and put in a path at a trivial cost to what they're doing 100 metres up the line, where they're shifting penguins, relocating across the coastline. It seems utterly shooting yourself in the foot to spend $300 million on a high quality path and then just fall over at the finish line.
I think you have made a good point, and thank you for your presentation. Right, so we will go to Su Wing Ong.
Hi,
Welcome.
thank you.
Online. Hi.
Yeah, hello. I cycled there every day from Johnsonville to town and back for 30 years between 1990 and 2020, and now I cycle once a week up there. I support this thing in general. I don't know the drawings. From the drawings, it's hard to work out whether it will be safer, but anything that is promoting safety, I support. I support it because I think active modes of transport, which is cycling and walking, are the best things the council can do for the health of the city. And the council needs to prioritize active modes of transport and try to remove impediments, try to remove impediments that discourage people from doing active modes of transport. And I'm going to slightly hijack this thing because I'm going to talk about my big bugbear, which is e-scooters. I'm going to try and show you a picture. I don't know whether you can see it or not, but what it shows is e-scooters littering the footpath. Now, it doesn't worry me as a cyclist as much, but it stops pedestrians, another form of active transport. In fact, more people walk than they do cycle. So any impediment to an active mode like walking is a bad thing. And e-scooters, it's not whether e-scooters, rental e-scooters, I should say, it's probably not owner e-scooters, but rental e-scooters. The problem is not when they're being used as much as when they're parked. They're littered all over the sidewalk. So, no, sorry, I'm getting away from the Jardin Mile thing, but I'm bringing it out as a support for active modes of transport, particularly walking. So, yeah, happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions? We do, from Councillor Chung.
Thanks so much, Suwin. Much appreciated. Just a comment regarding the e-scooters. Did you know that you can actually ring the people? They've got an 0800 number there, and once you call them, they have to remove that cycle their scooter within a short period of time. Were you aware of that?
No, I didn't know that. Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But I would prefer if you actually made a condition of their license to sort of say their users cannot park on the footpath, and that if they do, they will be fined. So that would give them allocated spaces to park their e-scooters, rather than just say you can park it anywhere.
Yes, no, I do believe that they actually check where they're parked, and if they're badly parked, then they can actually penalise them, and to the extent that they can actually bar them from renting them.
Yeah.
But do call
Sorry,
them.
while I have you on the Councillor Chung, painted lines don't work as well as separated ones. All you have to do is look at Nayo Gorge, where I go up a lot these days. And where it's separated, you feel absolutely safe. Where it's not separated, it's just lines. You see cars cutting in and using the entire roadway. And it's even worse going up Wadestown Road, where it's entirely painted. And cars tend to ignore, the painted lines on the uphill side.
Great. No, I appreciate that feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you're welcome to give us feedback, and it doesn't necessarily have to be exactly on the subjects that we've got on the committee. So thank you for all that feedback you've given us.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, we do have a question I didn't notice from Paul Kelly.
Thank you for coming in and presenting to us. So I just wanted to ask, just to be clear, you are saying you support the recommendation on our paper today?
I'm supporting in principle. I can't make out in detail whether it actually will be safer for me as a cyclist. But I trust your judgment. I trust the judgment of the engineers who have designed it. I don't. In fact, I'm an engineer myself, but not in this field. So I don't want to second guess them and sort of say, well, I know better than you guys. But anything that supports increases safety, I support, and therefore I support this proposal.
Thank you, and thank you for making that distinction, because the reason why I'm asking you is I was interested, given that you had highlighted the length of time, how many years you've been travelling and cycling this route. So thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Sue Wen. Thank you. Right, next up is Pete Gent, and I hope I said that correctly. And you are speaking to us again about Jardim the Jardim TR.
Kia ora koutou. I do have a couple of slides, if officers could bring them up on screen.
Well, it looks like we may have that there now. Does that look familiar? Yeah, right.
See the time's going, but the slides aren't.
It's all right, we can reset it to 5.
It's all right, I'll wait till... Hopefully the magic clicker will work as well.
Okay, we might be good to go, I think.
Right. Kia ora koutou once again. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Talking about Jardim Traffic Resolution TR 4025. Next slide, please. So I'm speaking to you this morning as an individual. I am a person who resides here in Wellington City. I regularly walk through this junction, take my bike through this junction, use public transport through this junction, and also drive a car through this junction. So I feel like I have some experience of it. Next slide, please. I'd like to take us on a bit of a history lesson. I'd thank Alex from NZAA, has probably got a better pitch than I have, but thanks to the Wellington City Archives, this is 2004. This is the junction we're looking at, and you can see the lines of desire for the cars. And if we go to the next slide, this is February 2025. Apart from the fresh Kermit or the green paint, there is very little difference. That is 21 years. 21 years that the junction has been the same. There has been no improvements. And I really want to talk about bus stop 3263, which is the bus stop going northbound to the Hut, which is serviced generally by the 83 bus. It was ruled out of scope in the feedback from officers, but as you can see in this photo, it's on its own little island. There is no way to safely get to that island. There is no drop-down curb on the slip lane from Nauronga up to the Hut. There is no light for pedestrians to cross to that island. I have anecdotally heard that people will take the 83 bus to get halfway across that junction because there is no way to get to the businesses and to Wakeley Road safely, apart from getting on the 83 and then basically playing Frogger across the slip lane to the Hut. Next slide, please. So this picture was taken over the long weekend. This is the current pedestrian amenity to cross the road. And I'm not saying the traffic resolution is wrong, but if we go to the next slide, please. The traffic resolution says there is currently a crossing on that section of road. And so, as has been pointed out by other speakers, you have to play 6 lanes at 80k. So yes, I'd like to advocate for users of the junction who are not in vehicles, so those people who are not driving, those people who are walking, those people who are taking buses, those people who are riding to get across that junction safely, and especially users of bus stop 3263. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I've experienced it myself. It is very substandard. Are there any questions for the yes, Councillor Randall?
So Alex Gray noted that this intersection change doesn't really address all of the support for safe pedestrian movement.
Correct.
Are you highlighting the lack of? You can see there on your slide there's an extent of work.
Yep.
As part of the issue, you're outlining the fact there's no safety improvements to get across the State Highway 1 off-ramp and on-ramp side of things, because that's sort of...
State Highway 2 on-ramp specifically, but also crossing the junction full stop. You currently only have 2 legs of the 4 or 5 legs of the junction that are safety to... Well, 1 leg technically at the moment, but the plans will go to 2 if these current plans are implemented. But yes, you currently have public transport infrastructure and even businesses. So actually to get to the businesses, if you're on the business side of things, if you want to get people going from public transport to the businesses on the north side of Centennial Highway, they can't get there safely unless you're in a car. So, or you take a bus halfway across the junction.
Thank you.
I've got a question myself. So we have heard quite a bit about this now, and most people are saying the same thing. Would you be supportive of our committee writing a letter to urge this to be looked into? Obviously, it's not this.
Yep.
It's not in this scope, but. Yeah.
It's been at least 21 years by your own photos, Councillor. Sorry, Madam Chair. So it's a busy junction. We all recognise that. We know that there are competing demands, but in other junctions in Wellington City, we can allow those demands to be made. In this junction, there's literally one crossing leg out of the current 5 that you can cross as a pedestrian legally with a light. Everything else is Frogger. Thank you.
And I did see, I think we've got time for one more question. I did see one from this. I think it was Councillor Abdurrahman. Do you have a question?
Cool. The change might not address the whole safety issue around that space. However, with the limited funding that we have from New Zealand TA, do you think it will create a safety concern on the other side of the strait, or do you think, because it costs about 12 million to do the whole thing?
I appreciate there's costs, but it's the intent of the change. The intent of the change is good as it stands for the proposal that it is for the active users coming to and from the hub. Not denying that, but you're looking at this junction as the roading control authority. That is your domain. It is up to you to provide a safe environment for all users of that junction. So that's my challenge to you as a member of the public who travels through this junction on a regular basis. Thank you.
All right, I think we have come to the end of our time, but thank you very much for all of your feedback. I now would like to invite Ellen Blake from, can you? Oh, okay, whoever it is that's next. Okay. Okay, and Ellen, can you just, you've got the initials of your new organisation, can you just mention the organisation that you're representing? I've got down AWE, I think it's something Accessible Wellington.
Should I start?
Yes, if you're ready.
Kia ora tātou, ko Ellen Blake aho, ko kaituitui kia aoa. So it's Awesome Walking Envisioned. So this is a new group, a new startup to think about how we can make walking better, because we seem to have a lot of trouble doing that. And so I'm here today to talk about the Noronga Gorge crossing, or lack of it. It's what I strongly recommend and suggest and would hope that this committee does is just to pass this traffic resolution, just flipping past it. I have been, in my role at Living Streets, this was one of the first things that I started on over 20 years ago. 20 years, and that's just me. And I know that other people were busy trying to get a crossing at Noronga Gorge a long time ago. So please just approve this traffic resolution. And I would strongly recommend that you also ask for a review after maybe a year or some time, like you do for all of the cycleway projects. Ask for a review. And in that review, you would have some information about pedestrians using this crossing. There is no information in your traffic resolution about that. You would have some better information about where the bus users are coming and going from, because if people have to catch, and they do, catch the bus to that little island in the middle so that they can feel safe, that's really not good enough. This is a huge safety issue. So it's surprising it's taking so long. So please review how the intersection's operating in a year or some suitable time. And I'd like to see the intersection assessed by a pedestrian expert, because I think you'll get a different kind of outcome in your design if you could do that. So I think we've heard quite a lot already about all the issues, all the other issues that there are at this intersection for pedestrians and people trying to walk across there. I've caught the bus infrequently there because this intersection gives me the heebie-jeebies, and I'm quite a brave person. You do have to run 6 lanes across the crossing, and most people wouldn't go to the lights, I don't think. They tend to run from where the one bus stop side is across a wee bit back from the intersection because it's scary. And if you're going to that bus stop a little bit north, I forget the number, that's even scarier. And if you're coming down Nauranga Gorge from some of those shops and businesses up there, then you have to run across the slip lane. Slip lanes are scary and unsafe in any circumstance. And there's also another little issue that people haven't commented on so far. That's where Jarden Mile comes and meets the main road. There's a slip lane that turns left there. So if you get off the bus stop at on the western side of the road, which you can just see in this diagram, that's the furthest down the bottom, then you have to cross a slip lane to get onto where the pedestrian crossing is going to be. So having some control on that intersection would be useful for pedestrian safety. Some of your submissions have said there's school children getting on and off the bus around here. That's just horrifying. It's horrifying. So please just approve this and do your monitoring. I think Alex Gray mentioned that there's the distance between one stop and the other, and how much time you have to take to cross the road could be an issue too. So how well this is managed is important as well, and that's traffic light timing. And I think other people have mentioned that shared paths don't work, but bits of paint don't work. So unless you're going to do grade separation and have a proper footpath for pedestrians, you've still got a whole lot of issues there. And I think I just want to stop there because I think we've had canvassed a lot of the issues previously.
Thank you. And Councillor Chung has a question.
Thanks very much, Ellen. Much appreciated. I'm beginning to think that even the crossing there is going to be an interim measure, and it's only going to be partly successful. So do you think we should actually be pushing for a walkway, overhead walkway there instead?
I've been waiting for 20 years for anything to happen here, so please don't hold it up. Please just approve it. There's a whole lot of issues that you've heard from other people about all the other problems at this intersection, but please do not hold this up. Just go for it. If you've got the money from NZTA, just go for it.
Great, thank you.
I mean, this is your road. It's not actually NZTA road, is it? So this is a real reason why we need to have a proper transport plan and a proper pedestrian plan, because it's not covered. And this situation has gone on and on for at least 20 years where I've been actively involved in asking for a crossing here.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Alan, and thank you, as always, for your extreme dedication to walking in the city. Right, we are moving on to Bruce. Bruce Mackay, welcome, online or in the gallery. He might not be here, so we'll move to Benjamin Burkart. Oh, Chris. Sorry, Chris. I've skipped one, so we're...
Are we going back?
Sorry, who have we got?
I'm Chris.
Yes, you're up. Thank you.
Kia. Thank you. My name's Chris Beckett. My wife and I own Simply Food. We're talking about 6 car parks outside of Saar Street where the proposal is to change them to 1 hour parking. And we're the closest business to those car parks, and we just don't think it's in the best interests of businesses in that area. Our employees utilise a number of those car parks on a daily basis, and the current proposal does not tend to support local businesses. Some of the concerns that I'll raise around, currently there's a number of car parks and businesses that have storefronts where there is a 60-minute parking already on Hutt Road. There's enough of that, and there's no need for any more. There's a concern that I'd like to raise around our employee safety and the lack of alternative public transport, because our employees start at 2 a.m. in the morning, so it's hard for them to use, obviously, for public transport, and they don't finish till later on, so they need a place to be able to park safely and get to our premises. There's a lack of insight in terms of the feedback on the proposal on the positive, and there's already a precedent for alternative parking timeframes in that area. So with regards to Hutt Road businesses, where that stretch has a 60-minute car park, there is a number of businesses that do have shop fronts such as Kennard's, Harley Davidson, Tile Warehouse, Glengarry Wines. However, there are a number of other businesses that are largely not customer facing, like ourselves. It's simply food. We're a catering business, so we don't have people come on site. Red Stripe, they're an IT company. They don't have people come on site. And H2O, another company where they don't have people on site. These are the businesses closest to this particular area. So the businesses that entice to have heavy traffic for 1 hour parking, generally they do have their own off-street parking, and there's enough parking. If you go down Hutt Road at any time during the day, there's usually free car parks anyway. From our perspective, the second point I'd like to raise is with regards to employee safety and lack of public transport alternatives. So as I said, our workforce is largely wage workers. They get in from 2 a.m. in the morning, and there's no public transport available. They're usually working 8 to 10 hour shifts, and so there's no real time for them to make alternative, and there's arrangements partway through the shift, and there's no viable alternatives anyway. Right next to the site where the proposal is it's a derelict site, and there's been occasions where homeless and intoxicated individuals have frequented, which raises concerns for our employees getting to and from the building. So as close as they can park to that building, the better it is for them. At Simply Food, we pride ourselves on creating a safe working environment and trying to pay all our employees at least a living wage. And with free parking, that improves their safety and their financial outcomes as well. With regards to feedback, there was a number of feedback in the proposal that was yes, but there was actually no insight at all into what they were saying yes into as a result of. And what that kind of tends to suggest is that that they weren't really informed about the business needs of that area. And then finally, there is actually already precedent for alternative parking timeframes. So currently, there's a whole stretch around 60, and the proposal tries to turn it all into 60. But straight across the road, Kennard Storage enjoys 2 car parks at 10 minutes apiece for their customers. So in essence, there's already a history of having different alternative parking timeframes in that area. So in summary, I think the proposal doesn't take into account local business needs. It does not take into account the lack of public transport. It does not take into account our employee safety. And there's already a precedent for alternative parking timeframes. In this case, adopting the alternative option 1, which is just to keep the status quo. I'll take any questions.
Thank you. I actually was going to ask you about that. I saw option 1 retained 6 or 7 car parks as unrestricted, and that is actually your preference.
Correct.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Councillor Randall.
Have you met separately with officers, and what have they said?
Unfortunately, we were actually not invited. We found out about it through other businesses in the area, so I just started going online and running through the process, and there hasn't been much engagement. Obviously, we'd encourage it because it is an important area and it's for us.
Okay. We are out of time, but thank you for your feedback on that particular TR.
Thank you.
Right, so we're moving now to Bruce Mackay, if he's here. Oh, okay, or Benjamin Burkart. Is Benjamin here? Online.
Yes, hi.
Hi, Ben. And Ben, we understand you're speaking to us about Karori Connections in your 5 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, good. Over to you.
Kia ora koutou. Yeah, I've been cycling the Hutt Road shared path since the parking days, as well as Thornton Quay since back in the Clearway days. I also race one of the faster sports cyclists in town, and she loves bike lanes. And we live in South Korea for the mountain biking. Now, on the Karori Connections, your professionals agree with my views. Some councillors claim that nobody raved about the bike lanes to them. The reason, I think, is simple. The bike lanes are the new normal, and nobody raves about clean water either. By the way, I drive to Glenmore as well, and I enjoy the separation when I drive as well. Some voices call for the removal of the bike lane up Glenmore and for a shared path or a clearway or just plain car parking. Now, I've cycled up Glenmore last year and before, and the road was outright hostile with a dozen dangerous closed passes every time. I have seen people ride the footpath, and that's probably not what you want. Both shared paths and time-dependent clearways are not at all what the labels say. Clearways will be illegally parked on at all times, blocking bike access. Shared paths have been called the Hunger Games of transport. Both are outright conflict zones. And if you build a shared path or a clearway, then you are building a conflict zone, and you will definitely get conflict. And your professionals agree there. Plus, your data shows that parking here is never at full capacity. And a bike network, like other types of networks, is only good when it's fully functional at all times. People ride bikes at all times and have to be safe at all times. Regarding Karori Park, there seems to be a rumor about car parking being needed for sports. Now, on any typical Saturday, the off-street car parks will be overfilled, yet other very close-by places are mostly empty, and a tiny bit of communication will help everyone here. And the off-street car parks are also very much good enough for school pickup. Plus, the bike lane enables kids to ride home from school. Plus, on winter mornings, the sun shines straight down Karori Road, and the sunstrike makes people on bikes invisible. The alternative here is also not riding the road. It's riding the footpath into the park, but it's not a real alternative. In short, please don't trade our safety for unfounded rumors. Please keep the bike lanes and keep everyone safe and happy. Nami, thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Benjamin. Do we have questions? No, we actually don't seem to have any. I think you've been extremely clear. We have one from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for this. Can you tell me roughly sort of what times you actually ride along these cycleways, or particularly through Karori Road? Like, do you ride all times of the day, or do you just commute to and from work?
To and from work, as well as for shopping at the mall, and for other errands, to see friends in town, as well as for recreation. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks.
Basically at all times. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
So, Ben, I know you've been, submitting on the subject for quite a few years. How are you finding the changes that we've made? And I'm thinking particularly of Hutt Road, which you used to ride, and some of the other changes in your area.
Hutt Road. Obviously, I don't live out north anymore, but I do ride it on occasion, and it's just so much better than it used to be. But there's always room for improvement, but yes, so much better.
Okay, thank you. I just had to ask. Right, thank you
Yeah,
very
yeah,
much,
sure.
Ben. And we appreciate your ongoing involvement and feedback on all of these matters. Thank you. We're now moving to Maz. Welcome, Maz. Maz, you're presenting to us on the review of the Karori connections, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, councillors, council officials, not very many today. My name is Maz Skennel, for those of you that don't know me, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you today on behalf of the Friends of the Botanic Garden about the cycleway going past the Botanic Garden. So that's pages 273 to 400 of today's report. Thank you for reading the whole thing. I'm assuming that you are familiar with the stretch of road from the corner of Bowen Street to the Glenmore Street, along Glenmore Street to the Garden Road intersection. And if you're not, here's a picture. The white line that you can see going up Glenmore Street is the piece that I want to talk about. So a big thank you to the committee for requesting officers to investigate reinstating the uphill car parking along Glenmore Street, and for me, specifically between the Centennial or Founders Gate to the Garden Road intersection, which is that white line. The Friends' submission is for a clearway for 180 parking, except between 4 and 6 p.m. on weekdays between the bus stop near the main entrance to the Garden Road intersection. And this fits in neatly with the Thorndon Residents Association request for the area between Bowen Street and the Centennial Gate. And I've given you that whole length, so it's 500 metres on that map. The loss of the car parking negatively affects attendance in the entire garden, and you will know that by reading the report. Anderson Park, the Rose Garden, Picnic Cafe, the Begonia House, the whole lot. Consequently, the number of Friends activities are also impacted, including concerts, educational talks, plant sales, workshops in the treehouse, children's art competitions. The effects are also a bit demoralising for those of us who actually volunteer to run these activities on behalf of the people of Wellington and consequently the council, and it restricts attendance to everybody except the young and fit. In reference to the car park vacancies, which is also in that report, we are a little bit sceptical of the results. It's stated that at various times between February and March 2025, not all available car parks were being used. And quite frankly, it's hardly surprising. There's been extensive publicity since mid-24 that most of the Glenmore Street car parking was no longer available. And so people just don't go there. And that reduces the number of visitors to the gardens, which is reflected in your report. And congratulations on creating an urban myth, because there is no parking, because I now have people that tell me they actually park down by the cathedral and walk up because there's no parking outside the gardens. We request that the council officials explore further PESCO's option 2 and install a 180 clearway along that 500 metres of Glenmore Street, except between 4 and 6 on weekdays. Currently, there's a disproportionate impact on the visitor numbers to the gardens because of the cycleway, and you have measured that. It is a public facility that is used by many, and that should continue. We need better access for everyone. Thank you for considering my submission.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, Maz. I'm just interested in the idea that council has propagated the urban myth that there is no car parking available. Do you think that maybe that myth has actually come from opponents of the cycleway, and in fact council has tried to propagate the use of the correct statistics which show that the parking is never, hardly ever fully utilised?
Well, that's a very nice idea, except that the publicity comes from the council. The closing of the parking was from the council. And if you're suggesting that it's perpetuated by people then thinking there is no parking, I think that is correct. But in the first instance, it wasn't the people that removed the parking, it was the council.
Okay. We'll go to Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, thanks, Maz. Can I just clarify what you're saying there? So You're saying P180, which is the option 2.
Yeah.
Are you talking now? That's on the other side to the Botanic Gardens.
No, that is on the Botanic Gardens side, which is currently the cycleway.
Okay, so that's what you're suggesting there, because I think option 2 was on the other side of the road.
Apologies.
No, that's all right. I just wanted just to clarify. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Randall.
Do you think there's a bit of a role in terms of the council also propagating perhaps the fact that the cycleway is very heavily used, but outside of the hours that you've outlined for a clearway?
Well, I'm going to question, are they? Because I live by those gardens. I walk through them every day. I drive through the gardens regularly. I do not see cyclists except for the 4 to 6. And I think the Thornton Residents Association, who are next, will reflect that as well. There is not a lot of use on that uphill side between, visiting hours.
Okay, right, thank you. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I was just wondering, in terms of when people are visiting the gardens, do you know if the Friends have any sort of idea about how far someone would typically walk on their visit inside of the gardens?
That's a good question, and I'm going to say no, because everybody walks differently. But I do know that people that are a little bit wobbly or have small children hang around that main garden area because it is flat and it is safe. So if that sort of answers your question, we need those people to be able to get to that part of the gardens. They are not mountain goats.
Maz, I do have a question as well. You did make a statement that the visitation to the gardens has dropped off dramatically, as shown by the council's figures, but when I looked at the graph, to be honest, I couldn't really see a definite trend. So I'm just wondering how you got the impression that the council's own figures showed that the visitation.
Well, I'll have to go back to my bag and get my piece of paper, but I'll give you the page number.
Okay, that's fine. We might need to take us. How long is it going to take? Okay. Oh no, it hasn't taken you long at all.
Being one of those mountain goats.
Because if you can give me the page number from this paper here, that'd be helpful.
Page 369.
Thank you. I won't look now, but I'll look during the break. Thank you. Are there other questions? I do also have a question about the parking in Anderson Park. At the moment, it's not. We don't charge for that. If we did charge, I'm talking about the parking up in Anderson Park. We're near the roads, or near the Rose Gardens. If we were to charge for it, do you think there'd be more availability up there?
That is all metered.
Okay.
By the Rose Gardens and by the Seddon Memorial, all metered.
I think it's the weekends we don't charge, actually.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure about the weekends, to be perfectly honest.
But do you have a view about if we were to charge for that, that might make more availability for those who could walk further, would perhaps choose to walk further and leave more availability for those who want to pay?
I think that you've got to look at the whole thing as a precinct. So it's the Thornton Village, it's Anderson Park, and it's the gardens. So often people will park, let's pretend by the Seddon Memorial. They will walk down and they'll have lunch in the Thornton Village. They might have kids playing cricket, or they might go for a walk in the gardens, or they might go. So it's the three of them are intertwined. So I think to put parking there in the weekends, and you just have to go to picnic during the weekends to see what a bun fight it is. Most people are getting in and out of there as quickly as possible, simply because they know it's so busy. So I don't know whether that would help. I mean, because I live very locally, it's very simple for me to just go and check cars, and I'll report back to you in a couple of weeks and tell you how long those cars are parked there. But I don't think that they're parked there for long periods of time in the weekend.
Okay. Right, well, thank you. You've given us a huge amount of information, and thank you very much for all the work that you do in this space. It is appreciated.
Thank you for listening to me.
Okay. So we will move now to Richard Murcott from the Thornton Residents Association, who's also talking to us about the Karori Connections paper. Welcome, Richard.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm here on behalf of the citizens of Wellington rather than the association. It's just that the association members are privileged to live next to this fantastic destination asset known as the Botanic Garden, with significant heritage values, significant national significance, but there's also been a significant drop-off on visitors to this asset, and it is marked from the time that the cycle lane was installed. Before I forget as well, I'll just add to your last question about parking at inside the rose garden, beside the rose garden. It is metered, it's 2 hours, and it's at CBD rates during the week. But we're talking about, next slide please. I just want to highlight on this map 2 significant precincts of the garden. The red circled area, I want to concentrate on that, and the other area is the yellow one. Now the significance is the street beside the yellow one is Glenmore Street, and the street beside the red circle is Tinakori Road, between Bowen Street and the main gates to the garden. But it's also the Centennial entrance, which goes into the Rose Garden, the Begonia House and so on. That is the piece of street that we're concerned about, which isn't included in the options for investigation analysis by the officer's report tabled on the 9th of April. This is the obvious area. It's the level area of the garden. It's the area for the families and groups to go for weddings, go to the fountain, go to the picnic cafe, go to the Begonia House, go to Alexandra Park and the Bolton Street Cemetery and so on. And as Maz said, wander down to the village, which is just down below that area. It's incorrectly marked as Glenmore Street on that map, by the way. If we go to the next slide, please, there's a little highlight of the area we're talking about. And the parking is right alongside, the parking opportunity is right alongside the garden. Next slide, please. Here's a photo taken not so long ago. It's that area there. Behind the trees there's the driveway, the Centennial driveway into the Rose Garden, a one-way driveway. If you're onto that driveway, you can only exit into the CBD. There's lots of people who don't want to go to the CBD. And the profile of the visitors who wish to use the garden during the week are not the people who want to go to the CBD or even drive through it. I just simply want an easy way to park, because they need to travel by a means other than public transport. And the profile of these visitors are not going to be using active transport modes for various reasons, both young and old. So essentially, that's our key point. This is an option that should be seriously considered, please, by the citizens of Wellington. And we have lots of human sensors that can give you statistics about how the cycleway is currently used, and we support it. It is actively used for the commute. Hence, a clearway option is a really good idea. Thank you very much. I'm very
Thank you, Richard. We've left time for questions, which is good. So we've got Councillor Randall and Councillor Calvert.
So are you asking that the recommendation be modified to include the Tinakori Road section?
We're asking that the investigations to be done and concluded about how to come up with these options includes this piece of road.
Thank you.
This section here. It's not, as far as we're aware, included whatsoever.
Councillor Calvert.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, and I know it wasn't part of it. So in terms of the rest of the section that Maz talked about from around the Founders entrance up to Garden Road, there's about 31 parks that could be put in. How would that fit in with the Thorndon residents' view? Because I know it's additional to this section here.
Maz's white line, you needed to look at the map carefully, started way down the left-hand side of that picture on the screen.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I'm talking about from the Founders entrance up to Garden Road, so which is about, I believe it's about 31.
That's the yellow area on the previous map. That's suitable to go to the kiddies' playground, go to the sound shell, go to the duck pond, go to the treehouse. But that's a different precinct. So Glenmore Street services that. This piece here services the very significant Rose Garden, Begonia House, Anderson Park, and so on, and it's the level area.
Okay, thank you.
And this piece of road isn't on a gradient like the Glenmore Street is.
Thank you.
Okay, we probably are out of time, sadly, but we thank you very much for your submission and your thought that you've given to this. Thank you. Right, well, I think, no, we have one more. Patrick Morgan. Is Patrick? You're here in person.
Okay, good morning, councillors. Thanks for your attention. Big picture, Wellington is facing an issue here. It's not just an issue, it's a crisis, population decline. All the good things we want can go away with a reduced rating base. This is relevant because we need to attract and retain people to creative industries. These are in film, media, communications, government, and education. People who work in these fields expect and deserve great public transport, great access to green spaces, and yes, walking and cycle lanes. We need to reverse the decline in population. I really wish our council was talking more about this. It's not just an issue, it's a crisis for our city. Let's focus on that. Second point is this is about safety. It's a really basic requirement of a city council to provide safe streets for all its residents and visitors. We know that protected bike lane networks provide the level of safety that are sufficient to attract more and more people to our network. Every time we downgrade the cycling network by poking holes in it, by replacing protected bike lanes with parking, you're putting holes in a safety net. Let's not do that. Specific areas here, Ngauronga, I think Pete Gent and David Tripp covered that quite well. There's room for separating people on bikes and pedestrians there, so we should do that now. I'd just like to refer to Kaiwhatawhata Road. I know there's suggestions that, again, a bike lane is taken out and replaced by a part-time clearway. I understand that council staff have talked to businesses along there, and most have adapted or made accommodation for their staff that need access to car parks. There's opportunities on Cameron Street, just a few steps away from the gym, where people can park. Also at Spotlight, there's opportunities there for businesses to come to an arrangement that provide parking as necessary. Thinking about Glenmore Street, congratulations on building a safe connection between the waterfront and Kaori. That's 5 kilometres, that's a real achievement that you should be proud of. And I think after just a few months after installation, it's far too soon to be reviewing that. Behaviour change takes 1 to 2 to 5 years to bed in. In that period, we can observe the data and see how people are adapting to it. I looked at your bike counter data, which was released last week, and there's really encouraging increases in people using the cycling network, particularly around Evans Bay, actually. It's quite dramatic around there. But regardless of the numbers, this is about access and basic human safety. So I think we need to stand up for that. In terms of the options presented by staff, obviously the cheapest one is do nothing. If you don't favour that one, option 2 would be acceptable to me, if not to others. It would provide a little more parking there where it's needed on Glenmore Street, and would only have a slight impact on the level of service for cycling. I really warn you against spending a lot of money on fiddling with parking and clearway design at this point, just a couple of months after the installation. I think just Kaori Park too. We've also heard that there's ample parking in the area, both off-street and in the surrounding streets. Again, instead of pulling out the bike lane, I think the opportunity there is to communicate with users of the park about what the options are there and allow time for the changes to bed in. I've got time for questions, I think. Thanks for your...
Thank you, Patrick. And we have one from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Patrick. Much appreciated as always. I'd just like to comment, you're talking about visitors coming to Wellington and wanting to get more people in here, but one of the issues that they complain about Wellington when they think about moving down here if they're moving for a job is the accessibility on a lot of places and the parking. So the parking is a comment that comes up. Regarding the comment that you actually made about Cameron Street, parking Cameron Street, I've had a lot of complaints from people who live in Cameron Street about people coming in and parking there, and then riding into town from there. And so we need to look for another solution.
Make it a question.
How would you actually sort of look at how we can actually get a compromise between the parking in Kaiwara or not parking in Kaiwara and retaining a safe access for bikes down there?
Sure, I mean, defend the bike lane that's there. We need it for safe access. Not sure if parking on suburban streets like Cameron Street, I'm not quite sure why that's an issue. I mean, there's ample space there and it provides good access to the businesses on Kaiwhara. Again, I point to Spotlight too, that there's possibilities there for making arrangements like other businesses in the area have done. In terms of cycle counts on Kaiwhara Road, it's great we have anecdote and observation, but your council also has data, so I suggest you ask your staff what do the counters show about all-day use on Kaiwhara Road. Just in terms of access does not equal cars. There's a lot of ways to access the city. You know, we all know this. Better public transport, walking, cycling, and compact urban development. That means people aren't just dependent on cars for their access.
Great.
Right.
Great, thanks. And I agree with you that
time.
Evans Bay is superb.
All right, we are out of time.
Thank you, Councillor.
And thank you, Patrick, again for your commitment to these issues over many years. Right, well, I'm just going to check if Bruce Mackay is available. We didn't have him at the time he was meant to be here. Bruce, are you online or in the... No, the TR he wanted to speak to has actually been deferred, so that could be a reason. All right, so we've come to the end of our public participation. I'd like to thank everybody who submitted to us. We are going to move on to our first paper before morning tea and then take a break. So I would like to call to the table, please, Jacob Rees-Jones and Sarah Jane Still to speak to us on item 2.1. Jacob's away, so it's just Sarah Jane. Thank you, Sarah.
Kia ora, councillors. So this paper follows the report in the oral submissions from the 9 April regs meeting. In this paper, officers are asking that the committee recommend to council that the objections noted in the paper and the oral submissions are not upheld in regard to the road stopping at 7 Lemnos Avenue. The objections to the road stopping aren't considered to be valid grounds for discontinuing the road stopping, and the reasoning why is located in the paper, and a full history of the correspondence with the objectors is found in the attachments. I'll take the report as read, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I don't actually see any. So thank you, and thank you for the work, it looks like, and to Jacob, because it looks like a lot of work done over quite a long period of time.
Objections are very difficult to deal with.
Yes. So I will invite Councillor Chung, if he's there. Okay, he seems to have disappeared. So I will move the report. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Rogers. Now, do we have any debate? I don't think I need to say anything. I read the report. There's a huge amount of material there to digest, but I personally was very confident about the process that the officers have been through, and I think that they had written a fulsome report with quite a lot of evidence and dig maps, and all the correspondence was there. I think we actually could see that there's been a very thorough process. I'm just happy to take it as read and recommend that we support it. But anyway, I'll seconder. Councillor Rogers, would you like to speak? No? Is there any other debate? No? Shall we move to, I don't need a right of reply, shall we just move to the vote? All right, let's do that. Whoops. And that has passed. Right, so with that, we can go to morning tea. We will come back at, I think we do need a bit of a break. We'll come back at 10 past.
Nice, 20 minutes.
everyone back to the table, that would be very good. We will be moving on to our next paper when we get everyone back. I will ring a bell. There you go. Do we have quorum? We actually do. So, so our next paper, I think, is the TRs. Is that right? The June traffic resolutions, item 2.2. So I would like to welcome Suntek Kong and Kate Goody to introduce the report. And we also have Daniel Kenkos. Welcome.
Kia ora, councillors. My name's Kate. I'm here to introduce the traffic resolutions paper for you today. We went out for consultation on 9 different traffic resolutions. Post-consultation, 2 of those have been deferred for further investigation by council officers. They were the Karori Park and Frederick Street TRs. So today we have for you 7 TRs in total for your consideration and recommendation. The TRs vary from intersection improvements to mobility parking, time restrictions, safety improvements. And yes, I have Daniel and Sun here specifically to help answer any questions around the Jarden Mile intersection. So we're open to any questions on any of them.
Thank you. And as always, the report's very fulsome with, maps and lots of information about what submitters said. Do we have any questions? Thank you. We do. We'll take Councillor McNulty, then Councillor Abdurrahman.
Yes, mine's Homere Street in Johnsonville. So common sense to be putting these yellow lines, and I know that conflict, but there's been quite a few submitters that have raised concerns about when you do put those yellow lines in, you're going to have a smoother drive, which probably means faster speeds, and then you've got the pedestrian crossing outside Raudoa Intermediate, which is heavily utilised. So are there any pedestrian crossing improvements on the radar of council for Homere Street? Because it's not raised and it's not lighted, I believe.
Councillor McNulty, the current proposal is to have parking on either side, like a chicane, and also we do have a speed count that's currently in place to assess what the current speed is, and sort of see what we can do or should do later on. But at this point, we are just we'll be monitoring the proposal when it's in place. In terms of the zebra crossing for the school, I think the sight lines we have checked, and that meets the sight line requirement.
So if the speed counts to show a changed behaviour where we might see faster motorists, then it may feed into some pedestrian crossing improvements.
It could.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll move to Councillor Abdurrahman.
This is regards to TR 3125, which is Owen Street. In 2024, in May, the Social and Cultural Economic Committee passed a resolution regards the bowling, working men's bowling club, the all. So when you construct that space, we said to include accessibility car parks. But here you are creating the car park on the street instead of inside that facility, and how that play out, and what is going to happen to the resolution that the Social and Cultural Economic Committee passed on May 24, 2024.
Councillor Rama, this proposal actually came from the disability or accessibility group to look at providing mobility parking closer to the facility. So that is all I know about this one.
So probably the chair can later on clarify with one of the team. What I'm saying is May 29, 2024, the Social, Cultural and Economic Committee passed a resolution, accessibility car park to be inside the facility. That means it's going to be doubling each other, or my understanding is you are just putting outside of that playground, and that means we have to remove, that resolution needs to be amended for this to happen.
Council, we would need clarification on that. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting confused now. So that you've worked with the Accessibility Advisory Group, or you've had some input from them?
With the redevelopment of the site, as I am aware, this was a condition to have a look at by councillors in terms of looking at mobility and accessibility for the new development at the Walking Men's Bowling Club, and this was in response to that, as creating mobility parking for the new.
And so that's been done?
It's in construction, I believe.
It's in construction?
Yeah.
So I'm not quite sure why, Councillor, maybe we need to talk a little more. Councillor Abdurrahman, can you explain why that's not sufficient?
No, basically what I'm saying is the resolution we passed in May 29, 2024 was to have a car park inside that bowling club.
Inside the bowling club? You mean inside the grounds?
Inside the ground. If we are constructing just outside of the playground, that motion needs to be amended. Okay. Otherwise, it's going to be double, it's going to have...
Oh, I think that what you're... I don't know how literally we would have meant that inside the grounds. I think probably in most members' minds it might have well been that they just wanted a very near, close by mobility park, which sounds as if what we are actually going to consent today. Yeah, I would probably suggest there isn't a big conflict with those two things.
I'm just asking clarification.
Fair enough. Can we move on? Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't see the extra part that's been added. My question was around Jardim Mile and just understanding what we're doing there. So maybe my question now is, given what's before us, is it that we are supporting the officer's recommendation as well as asking for further information to look at some of the safety improvements that have been suggested by our public participants today? Is that what this is saying?
This, we all know that although this is a really valuable safety improvement, there's more that could be done, and we heard that clearly through the submissions today, and I think that Councillor McNulty, who's going to move this paper, has responded to that with number 3.
Yeah,
but he can speak more to that when he moves the paper.
Yeah, okay. So, thank you.
I don't know if the officers want to add any more to that.
Madam Chair, yeah, we do support this item for review, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, good. If I can just say now too, though, I always wondered how you got to that bus stop.
There's clearly more that could be done. I do have a question on that. There was a submitter who did raise the standard of what we're providing. I know NZTA are paying, but I think he made a valuable point that the pattern, the sort of template we've been using has been a concrete area which is for pedestrians, and then a tarmacked area which is for cycling, and he said there's 5 metres, I think he thought. Has any thought been given to whether we could continue that kind of template that we've been using?
Yeah, look, there was a principle that was outlined that we should try and provide separation wherever possible, and we absolutely support that. Going around the bend there is the signalised crossing for the pedestrians and the cyclists across the slip lane, and just south of that there's also the bus stop. We did have a preliminary design that did have it separated, but that would mean that the cycle lane would be in between the bus shelter and the bus stop itself. So it was kind of changed so that it was all shared around that area. But certainly south of the entry into the way station, that's the tunnel, absolutely it should be separated, and that section is currently outside of the scope of this project.
Okay, so it was looked at. I think that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, it was looked at, and we do have drawings and sketches of those.
But it was decided ultimately it wasn't actually the best design for that particular spot.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions, Councillor Randall?
Yes, just with respect to Jardine Mile, I just want to confirm you've provided some information under Q&A about the capacity, but I just want to understand, with these changes, is the capacity of the intersection maintained at peak time? And if not, how much less capacity is there with the safety improvements?
Yeah, so by signalising the slip lane, of course that will have an effect, but it's a very small effect. There was a lot of modelling done. We talked about it quite a lot yesterday in the workshop. So overall, the intersection will still operate with the same level of service. There was also some technical details around the capacity that was also kind of outlined and passed on as part of that question. But ultimately, it's not going to have a huge impact.
Okay, that's a good reassurance. I just wanted to understand. I've got 4 questions. I just want to understand why the extent of that intersection was decided such that it sort of drew a line across the state highway to on-off ramp, and therefore there's no improvements to get across that part of the intersection.
Yep, so the original design did show crossings across all the roads of the intersection. That was presented at the workshop yesterday. Ultimately, it come down to budget. The primary purpose of this project is to connect up Te Ara Tupua to Hutt Road as part of that project. In addition, there was the one crossing facility on the south side and on the Jardine Mile, but there's simply just no budget to do all of those other things. There's nothing stopping those things happening, it's just additional funding.
So just in terms of Councillor McNulty's proposed amendment, what would need to happen so that those changes are actually incorporated in? Like, would you have to bring another paper, get some more funding approved, or what, so that we can actually, as was put out by a couple of the submitters, that we can do the whole intersection correctly at once?
Okay. At the moment, this has been put forward as a proposal. We kind of support the construction of this and see it as like a first phase, but there's nothing for additional funding to enable future works at that intersection.
So,
not at the moment.
So one more question to go on the list, if that's okay.
Okay, but I hope it's brief.
Well, I've got a couple more questions. First of all, what's the time frame by which these changes need to be done? In other words, when is the rest of the cycleway along State Highway 2 planned to be opened?
Okay, we're in close contact with the people that are building the pathway. They're indicated to us around about March or April next year. So we hope to have this section also completed by that time.
Okay, and last question would be, one of the submitters outlined a concern that the southbound bus stop, the new location of the southbound bus stop, would not enable buses to pull fully off the road and may be able to disrupt new traffic. Can officers assure us that wherever the bus stop is decided to be done, that it will be fully off the road so it doesn't disrupt passing traffic?
The initial design shows that the bus can pull off the traffic lane without obstructing traffic. Yes.
So that's just not. So his concern is not valid.
Not valid. Yes.
Okay.
Because it's shown in the sketch that was handed out yesterday. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And did I see your hand up, Ray? Yes, make sure it's brief.
Quick question. Yesterday when we had that little workshop and a briefing, you told us that the NZTA were paying for the whole project. Now, this is because it's State Highway 1, is that right?
Part of the intersection is actually State Highway 1. I think it's more to link up the cycleway on State Highway 2 with Hutt Road. That's the reason why NZTA is funding that part of the project.
Okay, so how do we do things? Like, does NZTA come along and say they set the budget for this, or do we actually do the design and then present it to them? And so, like,
we work in collaboration. Whatever we design, we get their feedback, and in terms of signal operations and things. Yes.
So, if we suggested having a walkway over there, would they say no, that's too much money, or would they say yes, they would look at it?
I think it needs to be a business case to go for that type of design change. Yes.
So what's your thinking on it? Do you think
I think we need to look at how accessible that overhead walkway would be for other users. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A little bit out of the scope of what we're discussing, but it could be reflected in, it's part of what we've indicated is this isn't completely finished business for us.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah. Okay, I think we'll draw a line under the questions there if there's no other hands. And I have actually asked Ben to move the TR paper. So over to you, Ben.
Thank you. Right. Yeah, look, so today we're approving 7 traffic resolutions, and all of which I'm happy to support. They include some mobility parks, time restrictions, and formalising bus stops, among others, but I want to just speak quickly to 2 of the TRs. Firstly, obviously, the Jarden Mile. I think there were actually a number of really fair arguments this morning from AA, Hut Cycle Network and others about the fact that this intersection deserves a higher level than service than we'll be delivering in the TR. To that end, what I've done is include that additional clause 3 in the paper that requests a future update on further safety improvements at the intersection that fall out of scope of today's traffic resolution, and also shared path improvements as we connect Te Ara Tupua. At the end of the day, we're essentially building a cycle superhighway between the Hut and Wellington, and I think we really have to be focused on how that connects through the city and make sure we do it really well. That is partly, in my view, why our number 1 cycle lane priority should be the cross-city connection rather than the clunky design that's full of potential pedestrian conflict through the Golden Mile. In terms of congestion concerns, though, yesterday we heard firsthand, we had that opportunity to see how our traffic engineers will manage changes to the intersection in the operations centre, and I'm completely at ease that any congestion impacts would be minimal, and they can be well managed in real time by Waka Kotahi, and I just did not actually understand the extent of live monitoring that we have across the traffic network in our city. So I think in the spirit of multiple submitters this morning, I encourage we just get on and get Jarden Mile done today, especially given that funding is 100% from Waka Kotahi. It doesn't get any better than that on our books. But we've also, I think, clearly heard need to do better, and hopefully that's something that the next council can deliver on early in the triennium. And then the other one's Homea Street in Raroa, so it's close to my heart. It's a road I often have to navigate when I'm getting my kids from daycare. It really is a crap fight, especially at peak school times. It's one of those narrow corridors where you get jerky, sudden vehicle movements, people pulling out in front of other cars, stopping, and, heaven forbid you encounter a school bus. So I think the yellow lines are going to be a welcome improvement, but I'm conscious that feedback shows concerns around the pedestrian crossing outside of Raroa Intermediate. It is a popular pedestrian crossing, a huge number of children in the morning and afternoons, and if we're making the road a smoother corridor for drivers, that could have a flow-on effect. So I'm pleased we're going to do the speed counts and we'll monitor that behaviour. But, I think in the same way that Jarden Mile deserves a high-level service, I think that pedestrian crossing probably does too. But otherwise, happy to move these TRs and just thank the officers for the tireless and continuing work that is the never-ending TRs that this committee will be doing for long into the future. Cheers.
Thank you. I'm seconding, but I'll reserve my right. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Councillor Calvert.
Look, I'm supporting these, and thank you for adjusting to F for the. I think that's a pragmatic approach to South Street. If we do need to create some more restricted parking, we still got the option to do that. But let's see how this works. I think that's good. I think one of the things that picked up, and look, and it came in with a road stopping paper last week on the Environment and Infrastructure Committee, is that sometimes we're not thinking about pedestrians enough, and and they're often the poor cousin as opposed to other modes of transport. And I really think we need to, and this is for officers, is to think about how are we giving due weight to pedestrians in anything that we're doing with other vehicle movements, whether that's cars, trucks, or even cycling. So I think we need to make sure that we do elevate the pedestrians at the top of our hierarchy, but it's often forgotten about. And as Councillor McNulty mentioned, about the pedestrian crossing around by Hamea Street, and we had the Raroa School, and then we've got the other one between Raroa and Onslow College on Burma Road, that particular pedestrian crossing, which causes some frustration from time to time. So, but happy to support all of these. Thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
I'm happy to support all of them. I just want to highlight that again, regardless to the Owen Strait. And when we passed the motion, it was very clear. And I think also I got a confirmation from Steve Consgrove, I don't know if he's still here, saying that the council current concept design, it seems to include one mobility park and one other park inside the fence. So, and I can see the design here as well, but I'm not good at locating things on on those things. However, that's my expectation. If we have passed the resolution, I'm hoping that resolution will be acted on, and I want those two things to be reading each other. Other than that, I'm very happy to support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will be supporting these, and I'm really pleased to see the additions that have been included, both for Sar Street and Jardim Mile. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the public participants who made the time to come and present to us. I think it helps us see another perspective that might have been missed, and also it gives another viewpoint. I mean, it's a big city and we don't always know how the impact of some of the decisions are going to make, and specifically I'm talking to the Sar Street one, so thank you, Councillor Colvett, for putting in that, making that adjustment. So yes, I'm happy to support these.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you. I want to speak specifically around Jardim Mile with a couple of comments. First of all, it's a very, very important intersection. It was following up on Pauiwi Kelly's comments about the submitters. Do thank people for coming in and recognising that. I also want to note the comment from AA Wellington that they weren't consulted and had to find out about it. I really want to ask officers to make sure that when you're talking about the scale of intersection, that you need to spread the consultation stakeholder set wider than normal. I mean, this is not a local intersection like the rest of them. This is a major thoroughfare, and AA Wellington shouldn't have to find out about it through the back door. And that also applies with consultations on these major things with fire and emergency and with Wellington Free Ambulance, all of which we need to make sure we understand that our changes and our plans aren't going to disrupt their ability to get to where they need to go as an emergency service. So, but with that caveat, I do appreciate the officers' work, the comprehensive work of seeing that it's been gone through at this intersection, and I'm assured that we're going to end up with a safer intersection that's still going to support the city. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Randall. Very, very quickly, I think, thank the officers again for the detailed work that goes into these and the process. I am supporting everything. I'm actually very delighted about that we're getting anything to improve Jardim Mile. As Ellen Blake, the walking advocate, said, she'd been waiting 20 years for anything to happen, so please do not stop this improvement. And I think it's good that we've signalled, however, that we've heard still a huge amount about how unsafe the rest of it still is. Thank you. I had in my own mind to make a change to F, so I'm very happy to support that. And I really don't think there's anything much more to say, but if anyone's got anything else, otherwise it's a right of reply for Councillor McNulty. Doesn't need it, we'll go to the vote. And that's probably probably haven't had that on TRs for a little while, but that's good. Okay, we will keep moving. Oh, that's fine. So we are now up to proposed road closures, and this one I've actually asked Councillor Abdurrahman to move, but first I will welcome Maria to talk to us about it. Oh, and Sean's. Hello, Sean.
Kia ora, thank you, Madam Chair, me whānau, councillors. It gives us great pleasure to bring to you for consideration and approval 6 road closures. The Brooklyn Festival, Courtney Carnival, Courtney Place Street activation, the Polish Christmas Market, Wilson Street pop-up, the Newtown Festival, so all the specific locations and dates are contained within the paper. A couple of points I'd like to bring to your attention. 5 of the events are repeat events. The new event being the Courtney Place Street Activation, which is an initiative supported by the local business community within Courtney Place at a time of year where they do find business quite tough to draw in new visitors to Courtney Place. And the other points to note would be the Wilson Street pop-up. This is an approval that has been in place for 2 years. Organisers as yet have not held one of the events, but they have sought the approvals to continue. And of course, it's very important to note that there have been no objections to any of these proposed closures, and they've been widely advertised to seek any objection.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, further questions? I don't actually see any. Over to you, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. I think it's my pleasure to move this paper. It's not really road closure. It's just actually opening the roads for people to enjoy and to socialize, to have fun, and to celebrate their culture. Example, in Newtown, we are known for our diversity. In the Polish community, every year they do have an event that celebrate and through closure of the road and enjoying the food. I invite all of you to come to Newtown and the rest of the places, which is a lovely suburb. And yeah, and the Courtney Place one was the last one was really amazing, and I'm sure it's gonna be again repeated. The Wilson Street one, it's mostly the evening. Some of the time, it's also part of the Newtown Festival project, I think, and where the locals come together and have their own time and celebrate the diversity, the food, and everything else as well. Yep, thank you.
Lovely. Do we have a seconder? Right, Councillor Calvert, do you want to speak now? Or no, don't need to. I'll just speak briefly to say thank you to the staff who work on these. I think it speaks volumes that we very, very seldom have objections, and when we do have objections, they are usually for a reason, and valid, and addressed. So I'm very happy to support these, and that's really all I need to say. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Yes, go for it, Councillor Chung.
Similar to what you've said, I really enjoy the festivals, and I think it's a great thing for Wellington to be doing these because it really does bring communities out to share in the diversity that we actually have, and absolutely support these. Thank you.
Thank you. If the seconder doesn't need to speak, then we'll go for a right of reply if we need to have one. We don't need to have one, we'll go to a vote. Everything together? And that's carried. So we're now moving to item 2.4, which is another road stopping, and I have actually asked Ray to move this. But before that, we will welcome Sarah Jane Still to introduce the report.
Kia ora, me again. So this paper is asking the committee to recommend to council that it approves a proposed road stopping at 24 Sefton Street in Wadestown. The proposal is to stop and sell approximately 75 square metres of legal road land to the adjoining owners at 24 Sefton Street. All our internal teams have been asked for comment on the proposal, and they've provided their support. And should the proposal be approved, we'll move into survey and public notification under the Local Government Act. I'll take the paper as read and answer any questions if you've got them.
Do we have any questions on this one? I don't see any, so thank you, Sarah. Oh, one.
I did ask this previously, but could you please remind me, when those lands get sold, where does the money goes to? Is that going back into another area, or just go into the pool where you get money spent or for different reasons?
It just goes into the pool, yeah.
Okay, I think that's council policy too. So if there are no further questions, thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you.
Jane, thank you. Right, Ray, over to you.
I actually go to this area every month. I have my monthly constituents meeting up there, and I see this piece of land, and I quite often look at pieces of land encroachment sections and things, and wonder why we don't actually do anything about them. Because if they're unused, then yes, we should definitely dispose of them. We should definitely look at better uses for them. So absolutely support this. I think it's a good idea for us to gain something back for things that we're not actually using. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder for this? Okay, thank you, Pui Kelly. Do you need to speak? No. Does anyone else have anything to say? No? Right of reply? Probably not needed. Let's go to the vote. We're on a roll. And that's been carried. So we'll move on to item 2.5, which is the community recreation leases and sub-belt. I've asked Councillor Rogers to move this, but first we'll welcome Parish Evans and Sarah Sullivan to introduce the report. Thank you.
Good morning. This report seeks committee's recommendation to council for the approval of 2 subleases for Wellington Hockey and a ground lease for Pōneke Karate Dojo. Public consultation has been completed. We received 1 submission in support of the proposed lease for Pōneke Karate Dojo. However, the submission also raised a concern about a wastewater odour near the club rooms. Council officers are working with the relevant parties to investigate further.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? I don't. It doesn't look like anyone else does. Councillor Rogers, over to you to move.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to move this paper because actually the Prince of Wales Park is a hot topic at the Mount Cook Mobilised meetings, and they are very fond of the Papawai stream. And so I just wanted to congratulate officers for actually working really constructively with the group down there. They had some concerns about the way that the building is piped in, and it's really good to see that those concerns are actually being listened to and are being carried forward throughout other parts of our organisation to make sure that any issues there can be resolved. But otherwise, I'm very happy to support the continued activity of our community groups and our community spaces.
Wondering if the Mayor would like to second, being as she doesn't live too far away.
Sorry?
Would you like to second this one?
Yes, I would. I'll do it right.
Does anyone wish to speak? Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I just actually was thinking who's got an interest in the area. Is there anyone else who'd like to say anything in debate? No? Do we need a right of... I don't think we need a seconder or a right of reply. Let's go to the vote. Sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. Once again, we've got perfect harmony, and that's been carried. Right, so we will now move to the coastal reserves classifications now. Okay, she didn't expect us to make such wonderful progress. We'll take a mini break. The Mayor is actually going to move this, but we are going to hear from officers first. This is, but we'll just take a mini break because we're waiting for them to come. hope I'm saying that correctly, to introduce the report on the coastal reserves classifications. And thank you, Shona. You're welcome to come to the table. Oh, anyone else is welcome as well if you'd like to come and join us. Yes, and Sarah Jane. I'm just going off my notes. Yeah.
Kia ora, councillors. Our report is to ask the committee to approve us to publicly notify and consult the public on 21 proposed reserve classifications in the coastal reserves area. The classifications have come about as a sort of a side product of the Coastal Reserves Management Plan, which was approved. The draft of that was approved about a month ago for public consultation, and as part of that process we always look at the land status of all the land and usually pick up on some administrative things that need to be updated. So that's what this is about. There are 4 types of reserve being proposed: recreation, scenic, historic and local purpose. And we would propose that the consultation would run in parallel with the draft management plan consultation for the second half of that consultation, so that submitters have the opportunity to submit on both because they are interrelated. And then should there be any oral hearings related to the classifications, they could be heard at the same time as the oral hearings on the management plan.
Thank you. That does sound like a nice, clear process. I did have a question about the naming, the change of name, which I noticed suggested in at least one case. Are we going to be consulting? What's the process for that, and does that dovetail in with the other processes?
The classifications aren't proposals to rename. The official renaming is attached to the management plan consultation process.
So that's been, when we approve that, we'll also approve the naming. Yes. Thank you for that clarification. Are there any other questions? No, yes.
So you're recommending that to go for consultation before the coastal reserve management plan approval, because it's currently in consultation. That's going to come back, isn't it?
No, I'm not quite sure.
Okay, option 2, you say that approve the proposed classification but delay the public consultation until after Coastal Reserve Management Plan is approved.
So the option that we're recommending is that the consultations should run in parallel because they are interrelated. What the direction of the management plan is one of the things that we've brought into consideration when we've been recommending the classifications. And so the public may want to make comment on both of those things in parallel, and it enables the decisions to be made in consideration of both aspects. So if we were to do option 2, approve the management plan first and then consult on the classifications, then there would be less opportunity for the public to speak to both of those things in parallel.
Okay.
They like one is the approving in principle, and the other sort of the rubber stamping of the details, isn't it? In a way, but they tie together so closely that it makes sense to put them all out together.
That's right.
Yes, and the consultation on the draft management plan is underway at the moment, so this would dovetail into that process.
Okay, Councillor Chung, did I see your hand up?
Yes, I just wanted to ask, the changing of classification, has that actually been motivated by what residents actually want to do? Like, I read in here that there's the difference between the different classifications, that it actually allows more activities there. So has there actually been any demand for that? Like, do people want to go down there for barbecues or something like that? Or
I think that might be the point of the consultation that we're about to approve. So we'll find those things out.
Yeah. Okay.
That's right. And we've also done a lot of consultation, which is very related, on the draft management plan. So there were over 3,000 submissions or points of information about that in preparing the draft management plan. So we do have a pretty good idea of what sorts of things the community wants around the coast from that that consultation.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, I did see someone. Yes, Councillor Abdurrahman.
I'm just trying to understand that how some people might support or oppose the management plan itself, but when it's come to classification, it's different. And what is going on in my head currently is when we have a consultation in Newtown about parking management plan alongside bike, just people who opposed the parking management plan thought it would be opposing the bike lane. So it was just lumped together in the way that creates difficulty for people to have an input into it. Is there in any way people agreeing with the coastal management or disagreeing will be discouraged to have an input into the classifications in any extent? If that makes sense. I'm just giving you the context of the previous one for,
I'm not sure that I understand your question, but I'll try. So the management plan, under the Reserves Act, we have a management plan which is produced to give some general policy direction and strategic direction about how we will manage our coastal reserves all the way around the coast. So that's a management direction. Under a separate part of the Reserves Act, there is a requirement that we classify every parcel of land according to a particular type of reserve, and in this case it's those 4 ones that I mentioned earlier. It's a statutory requirement that all the land parcels must be classified, and so a submitter could submit on the management plan and say, we disagree with the management plan, but we agree that this land parcel should be recreation reserve. They are 2 separate things, but we do have an approach in the management plan that says most of our foreshore areas, for instance, we're proposing should be recreation reserve, and people could make a submission to say in both directions. They can make a submission on both, and they could say we agree or disagree with this being recreation reserve classification, and they could also submit on the draft management plan and say we think you should take a different direction with the way that you manage your foreshore areas.
Just to follow up, Madam Chair, on this one to have a clarity. So the strategy is how you can, the classification is here for classified and accordingly, and the strategy, when you fit into that strategy for those people to say, oh, you can classify this, give me an example that is not going to be confusing, for people. It's not going to be all expert who will be having an input to this. So just give me an example how a layman person, someone who is not really into a lot of those things, just can have, okay, this is the land, it's going to be classified from this to this, and this is the strategy, and this is how. Give me an example what that looks like. Instead, currently we're just talking around theory level, and give me an example so I can understand a bit.
Sure. Let's take the example of one of the proposals for classification is to reclassify some land up above Tarakina Bay as historic reserve. It's currently recreation reserve. Recreation reserve is largely all of the classifications allow public access and recreational use, but in historic reserve, the primary purpose for managing the land would be preserving and looking after and recognising the cultural and historical aspects of that land, and generally the kind of recreation is limited to walking tracks and interpretation and lookouts and that sort of thing. But we wouldn't have a sports recreation building or a pavilion on a historic reserve. So one of our classifications proposed is to reclassify recreation reserve to historic because it's an area which is of significance to mana whenua, and one of those parcels has a par site on it. And so back in the day, the default was to classify land as recreation. It was just a sort of as soon as land was made reserve, it was by default made recreation. And we're looking at that now, some decades further on, and saying this actually makes more sense for it to be historic reserve in recognition of those particular values, and we will still be able to have people recreate on that land as wanted. So we go to the management plan, and the management plan has a general direction in there to be working more closely with mana whenua and recognising the areas that are of great significance to them around the coast, of which there are quite a few. So that's an example where the two are aligned, and the reclassification that we're proposing is actually aligning the proposed management of that land more closely with the management plan.
Thank you. I think. Yeah. Does that satisfy you? It was helpful. Thank you. I think. So, were there any other questions? I don't see any, but actually, thank you very much. It is a complex subject, and I think the example that Councillor Abdurrahman asked for is actually probably useful for all of us to. Thank you. Right, so I have asked the Mayor, because I think this is a significant piece of work for the city. We are only going out for consultation, but I've asked the Mayor to move this, and I've actually asked if Pipiri Kelly would like to second it. I thought it might be rather nice for her to second.
Kia ora koutou, very happy to move this paper. Thank you to the officers who put all the work into this. As we know, it reclassifies 11 of our coastal reserve areas. Through this process of reviewing the Coastal Reserves Management Policy, officers, submitters and iwi have identified that some of those classifications need to be updated. And that includes the 4 parcels, which and reclassifying as historic reserves to recognise their important meaning that they have for mana whenua, which is obviously very close to my heart. This includes 2 sites to Rangitato Historic Reserve, Overton Park, which is currently recreation reserve and recommended to be reclassified as it is a mahinga kai and Karaka Grove, historically connected to the nearby Kakariki Hutia Pā and Whetukarangi Pā sites above Wersa Bay. So thanks for the work. It's great this is going out to consultation, and Pipiri Kelly will second.
Want to speak now? No, you don't need to speak. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? I am going to speak because a lot of these are in the eastern suburbs, and I think it's great that we're doing this work, and I think the thought that's gone into separating out the types of reserve is going to be really useful for us to focus where the investment might go, or what sort of things we might aspire to in each part. I will make sure that my community is really aware of this, because this is what we're doing here is going out to hear back from the community that we're on the right track or not. And there are also, of course, some of these areas go into the CBD and some go around to the south coast as well. So it's an exciting part of Wellington. We're lucky to have these valuable bits of land. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Yep, I also support this, and my only comment would be regards to how those consultations happen and how we can have all the communities, especially impacted in those areas, can be reached out and how they can have their input into it. A good example would be currently I think there is a planned consultation drop-in places for one of the consultation happening, and an individual from Island Bay requested if they can have similar one, and I'm not sure what the threshold is for people to send it through to be aware of, so they can have a drop-in place where they can have their own input into it. So I think that would be a good idea in going forward, so those locals can be aware of it. What way? I don't know. Currently, that's, I think, more of the operational stuff, but I think it would be good to see whether through later drop in those specific areas where the impact will be big, in either classification, reclassification, or any other areas, so to make them aware is something that I'm appealing to officers to be aware of. Thank you.
If do you need a right of reply, Madam? Do you know seconder? No right. Don't need to say anything? Wonderful. Let's go to the vote. And that, again, unanimity is the name of the game today. It might change after lunch, but right, we are going to break for lunch. And don't jinx it. No, I'm not going to jinx it. It'll be fine. So we will, I think, because we have had quite a few breaks, are people comfortable with coming back at about past? Yeah. So we can sort of get on with things? Okay. But feel free to bring your plates if you haven't yet quite finished. We will get cracking on our afternoon. So I'm going to move on to item 2.7. I am planning to move this, and I believe the Mayor will second. But we will invite Claire Pascoe and Vida Cristella up to introduce the report. Oh, I should have checked if Claire was...
I'm just going to sit here until an ELT member.
Oh, okay. Okay, lovely.
Oh, there she is.
See, we're so on the ball today. We're ahead of everything.
Yeah, I was not expecting to be here quite yet.
Yeah, I know.
Kia ora koutou. This report is coming to you as requested at the February 27th Regulatory Committee meeting. It's responding to the concerns that were made about parking availability on Glenmore Street next to the Botanic Gardens and near Karori Park. So that's following the Karori Connections installation, which finished in around February this year. So I just wanted to recognise that a number of teams paused their programs in February to pull all this information here today. So I just wanted to acknowledge Parking Services, Parks, Sports and Rec, Transport and Infrastructure, City Insights, Research and Evaluation and the project managers. It was a bit of a working collaboratively together moment, this report. So the design options that we've included here are those that we think are reasonably practicable for achieving the goal of improving parking availability for visitors to these areas while maintaining a bike network connection. We've also looked at the management of parking in the immediate vicinity to all entrances to the gardens with a focus on parks closest to the Founders Gate. Options also include, as directed, a clear way for Glenmore Street with a shared path outside of peak hours, and we found an additional option that reduces the width of the cycleway for a section on Glenmore Street that would allow us to put in about 20 parks back near the Orangi Kaupapa entrance. We've only been able to do preliminary design investigations, and so further detailed design, safety auditing and cost investigations would need to be undertaken before any future traffic resolutions. As you've heard from Sean or Dane before, we're in the middle of a transition to the new Viva City sensor system, which is already showing some promising results in terms of data collection. So the report the City Insights team has done has used as much of that Viva City as possible, but we've also looked at some of the data from the old electronic counters. From the very initial analysis we've done to date, it's looking in the order of around a 30% increase between January to May 2022 and January to May 2025. So these extra few months have afforded us a little bit more time for data collection. When these bike lanes went in, we did hear feedback through our follow-up survey that people were concerned about parking at the gardens. We also heard that the new layout on Glenmore Street is benefiting new riders, bus operators and drivers. 93% of people who ride this route told us in the feedback survey that this feels safer now than it did. So therefore, what we're recommending today is an option where we do improve the parking situation for visitors to the gardens, but we retain the successful element of the changes, which has removed the conflict between bikes, pedestrians, vehicles and buses in this really constrained uphill section. In the 2000s, Karori Park underwent a significant refurbishment, which included the creation of new off-street car parks for visitors. So currently there are 3 car park areas immediately adjacent to the park, and these, alongside side streets within 200 metres of the park, were all included in the parking surveys that we've done that have been attached as information. So we did them in May and in March, and then again we've done some more in May, and they show that there's really good availability of parks within 200 metres of Karori Park, but there is very high demand on the Karori Road main car park at the peak hours in the weekend. So our recommendation for Karori Park is therefore to use time restrictions and better signage to spread the demand to those other areas and prioritise car parks for those visiting the park. There's a traffic resolution that's been out for consultation that PSR are running, and that'll come to you in August with recommendations of preferred time restrictions for those off-street car parks. So yeah, our conclusion on that one is there's plenty of parking available near the park, and therefore we're recommending retaining the cycleway as it is at this time. Over to you.
Kia ora, Claire. Kia ora katoa councillors. Thank you, Claire. And look, I just want to spend a short moment briefing councillors on the 3 sets of meetings I had as a result of the Chair's request to check in on some of the concerned parties. You've heard from 2 of them today. Well, certainly Richard was representing himself, Richard Burkart, but I met with the TRA, so the Thornton Residents Association, Karori Football Club, and certainly the Chair, Hugh Kettle, and Maz Skennel, of course, from the Friends of the Gardens. You heard from, as I said, 2 of them today. Very, very similar concerns, and summarising really, certainly for the Glenmore stretch, gate to gate, it was all about the potential for a clearway, so they could utilise those parking during off-peak hours, and the similar sentiment was with Hugh and the Karori Football Club, of which the 2 surveys Claire's spoken with was highlighted to Hugh that we were going in to do those SNAP surveys over that busy peak winter period, and the results of which you can see. So I don't intend to add anything further, but happy to take questions on how those meetings went, and here to support Claire. This, of course, is not PASCO's report. This is my report, councillors. I read and sign off all these reports. I just wanted to highlight the fact it's a combined effort, and as Claire is very aptly able to do, she collates quite a bit of advice from a number of departments and her staff to produce these recommendations for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, we do have some questions, so we'll start with Councillor Calvert, then Puiwi Kelly, and I'm sure there'll be others.
Okay, my first question is, you said there's a 30% increase. Can you give us the numbers?
Yes, I can. Do you want to ask one more question and I'll just pull them up in front of me?
Yeah, I've got a number of questions around option 3, which might just be a little bit more detailed. Do you want me to go into them?
No, so the data that, sorry, can I answer this, that one? I've got the graph in front of me. I don't have the exact points of the numbers, but we're talking about a mean of 560 trips per bike per day from January to May. That's this year, and that's comparing to 425 trips by bike per day back in 2022. So those are the hard numbers.
Are those both directions?
Yep,
so
two directions.
So you basically, you could basically say if a person goes one way, they're going the second way.
Yes.
So they will be on different sides of the road. Yeah. So you're saying we've had an increase from about 200 cyclists to 250? Is that sort of trying to just get my...
Yeah, roughly, probably a little over that, but yes, around, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now, I just want to ask some questions about option 3, and that is, can you, because you referred to it, but can you elaborate on the specific safety risks associated with narrowing that the cycleway and the traffic lane that you referred to?
Yep, sure. So for a distance of about 220 metres, there would be the separators beside the current cycle lane would have to be removed, and a painted buffer would be painted, and the cycle lane would have to be narrowed up a bit. So at the moment, the cycle lane is around about 2 to 2.2 metres, and then it has the separators on the outside of that. So the proposal is that we would have a 1.5 metre wide cycle lane with a 0.4 metre wide painted buffer, which cyclists could move into, or obviously traffic could move into as well. The traffic lanes would be 3.2 metres, which is the minimum for recommended for buses, and on the other side of the road there would be 2 metres for parking, 2 metre width for parking, which is what was there in places previously.
But what are the safety risks?
The safety risks are that that traffic driving up the road could cross the painted buffer and collide with the cyclist who's in the cycle lane.
Okay. Now, I've got a number of questions about Croy Park, but I'm happy to leave it and let somebody else speak if you want.
Are there other questions? Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, so a few things here. This wording in option 2 is obviously quite new. So how are we going to measure or determine 85% occupancy?
we would need to do parking surveys, and I think it would be good if we could get some guidance on how regularly and how often and at what level of, like, how much of the day we would hit 85% for it to trigger.
Yeah, because that's, I suppose, one of the key points here. Because at the moment we've done a 1 weekday Wednesday survey, and then we've done a 1 Saturday survey on Glenmore Street, and we're basically extrapolating that out to say that is the median or that is the average. That 1 day represents all weekdays, that 1 weekend. So I suppose, how do we feed in then around creating a process to get some statistically representative samples that are updated frequently enough? Is that something that Insights and Monitoring could help us develop, or?
Yeah, this is relatively new to us, this one, so we'd have to think through that. I think it would be a mixture of City Insights and the parking team who run the surveys. They're here too.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Chair, so as you councillors be aware, I've got Sean ordained through the City Insights team now looking at what we do with the data and turning it into information. I think this has been a mention actually from Councillor McNulty a couple of times in the past, including workshops, which is what's our monitoring regime as we hand over the assets that we've created and their usage, and therefore realise the benefits in terms of the investment. So I've asked the team to go away with Sean and work out how we put together a monitoring package. We need to keep it affordable, and needs to be in that way giving us the benefits that it needs based on the investment that we've put in, because this is a transitional cycleway. So we're currently doing that work now, but we hope to be able to report back, probably in a briefing or a workshop, how we're going to try to monitor some of these more exposed and nervy areas of our cycleway network.
Amazing. One more on that King on list. So just in terms of data, so you've shared the uplift from 20 to 25. With what I saw though in the appendices to the report, with a complete caveat, it's a small window. We haven't really seen any major uplift since the installation of the lane year on year, though, have we, at the stage? It was a little bit up, but not much.
Yeah, that's right. We haven't got the exact numbers, but it's not showing huge jumps. Yeah.
Cool. Can I go back on the list, please?
Sure. The next one is Councillor... Puiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've got 2 questions, and the first one, if you could just expand on it a little bit, because I was kind of getting lost when you were talking about how you were going to narrow the cycleways and the traffic lanes, and then when you explained it, it sounded like it wasn't really very safe. But now I'm rereading it again, so sorry, bear with me because I'm visual. Now that I'm reading this, are you saying you're narrowing the cycle lane to make more space so that you can have the car parks on the other side?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're coming, because I'm picturing that they're going to collide.
No, so the parks are on the other side of the road as the cycleway, but to make the space to put them in, we have to narrow the cycleway.
Cycleway, okay, so I get that. All right, that sounds good. And then the other one was this guy, Richard Burkart, I think it was him. He was talking about including 21 parks in Bowen Street. Can you talk to that?
Oh. Yeah, I think he means
Corey Road on but he said Bowen Street, that's why I didn't. He did, eh? Yeah.
Around between Bowen, I think, and the Founders Gate.
I think thank you. Read my mind. Yeah, so I'll just pass these around. Councillor Calvert had asked to... Oh, do you want to...
I've got them.
Yeah, I'll send some around too.
Yeah.
The areas that he's talking about are part of the previous project, Botanic Garden to the City. So they were out of scope for what we were looking at through this, which was related to the Karori Connections project, which started from the Founders Gate and went up. So we didn't...
Is it around the corner?
It's down the hill towards Bowen Street.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's what he's talking about. So my question is, if we were to do that, is that going to cost us any money? Because what I'm looking for is more car parks for people who want to visit, and particularly for family, for whānau who want to visit the Botanical Gardens. So it doesn't matter if it is, for me, if it's some walking, as long as it's near enough, to the gate. But he was talking about the Rose Garden, and I was getting really lost.
So the Rose Garden has its own off-street car park.
Yeah.
He's talking
in the garden.
in
though.
the garden,
Yeah.
right next to it. If you think of the Founders Gate, the main gate,
Yeah.
he's talking about down the hill.
Yeah.
We're talking about up the hill. So it's the same distance away from the garden. It's just he's talking about down, we're talking about up.
So if we were to do that as well as, is there a cost involved? is
Yes,
what I-
yeah.
And
It would
what
be
would that cost?
It would be similar to the sort of cost that we're putting in there for the options. It would be the same levels of cost.
So what's there now? Is it a yellow line or is it a
cycleway.
Oh, it's a cycleway.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
All
through
right.
you, Madam Chair, it was removed through the last cycleways project relating to Bowen Street, and Mr. Murcott and the TRA, including Maz Skennel, raised this particular issue. They do look at the gardens as a series of precincts of high use areas, and a point he was trying to make is that's got closer proximity to a higher use area in the park. I hope I'm not misinterpreting his
Yeah, that's
position.
what he said.
But it was all to do with locality and how convenient it was to certain aspects, and that was an area that he thought we should look at. Now, just to be clear, our brief and scope was just gate to gate. I think it's been used quite a bit.
Yeah, no, well, I thought it was a yellow line, but I mean, if it's a cycleway, well, then that's a different ballgame.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've got a couple of questions. The cost, I know there's a cost for everything, but if we were to do, I think the option 3 is a relatively low cost, but how would we access money to do this, given that we're asking to do extra work?
Yeah, can I just grab the table, Jonathan, from the paper?
It's not as much as some of the options.
Within the parking program budget, we have around 200,000, which would cover option 2. To go up to option 3, we do not have enough money in the parking program budget to cover that, so we would be looking at the cycleways budget. And within the cycleways budget in the next financial year, most of our funding is allocated to projects which are already happening, so finishing off the last tweaks on the transitional projects, and to Evans Bay Stage 2, which is the majority of it. And then we've also got money assigned to Brooklyn Hill, because we're hoping to work in with the maintenance, which is going to be happening this year, to save money on the TMPs and also to create as little disturbance as possible. We would probably have to either reduce the scope of what we were planning to do with that maintenance upgrade, or defer that work.
So if we were to approve number 2, you would have the authority to put in 20 car parks, but you would still need to make sure, I think the idea about the 85% occupancy is making sure that's well and truly justified, because this money, if we did invest there, would come out of somewhere else. So we'd want to make sure it was kind of, there was a good evidence basis for it. Is that sort of
That's
thinking?
correct, and it may well go into the next financial year again.
Right, okay. I have some more, but we've also got quite a list. I think next was Councillor Abdurrahman.
Liam, you mentioned you had a chat to the sport team in Karori. What was their response, and if they shared any other proposal, and what that meeting looks like?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, and through you, Madam Chair. So yes, I spoke with Hugh Kettle on the 17th of April, so one of the first meetings I had, and his key points related to the club's preference for a clearway on Karori Road, and that was at peak times during the week. So he's particularly interested, of course, in getting access to the on-street parking during the weekends.
And this one is regards to the money from the parking program. It was my understanding there was no such thing, money from parking program, when I last time moved a notice of motion for the Island Bay car park. It was that money was coming from different pool, and because there was no money to do such a project. Is that something else, or just want a clarity?
So the parking program these are the things that were instructed to us to do. So the motorcycle parking came from the parking program, the Newtown and Berempore, some of that came from at the Wadestown, and the next project on that list of things is looking at the coupon parking and moving that in the inner suburbs, which was part of back in November 23, it must have been, when we talked about those priorities. Brad brought a paper, so it's delivering on the things in the paper. I think it was November 23. Can't quite remember the date. I can get back to you on that. Where you prioritised as councillors what you wanted us to work on within the parking space to implement the parking policy.
Yeah, hang on. There is a lot that you mentioned there. For example, Berempore and Newtown one, there is a money that we approved specific to that project. And are you telling us operationally you can use that money somewhere else, even though it was approved for that specific area? Because you mentioned it.
Yeah, no. So that was based on that prioritisation list where we had, and yes, there was already, because Newtown and Berempore started before the time that list was approved, so there was already money assigned for that. The rest of the money which went into the LTP was based on that list of priorities. I think there were 19 projects or something on that list. I'll find the paper and send it to you.
Thank you. Right, so we move to Councillor Calvert's number 2. Then I've got Councillor Rogers, Councillor Randall and Councillor McNulty's number 2.
Okay, so I'm going on to the Karori Road, or Karori Park, sorry. So when we went out with the initial cycleway, there's a straight route down Karori Road, but there's also a secondary route, which is the back roads or just parallel to Karori Road. So as part of this, did officers reassess the viability of using the back route in that area, which is basically from Karori Park, Fernley Ave, Marshall Street and Tringham Street?
No, we didn't relook at that, I guess for the same reason we addressed it in the initial paper, which is that that is a secondary route that people can use, but it's not the primary, most direct way, which is the principle of the bike network, is to find routes that are most likely to encourage update and to get to the key destination. So we didn't relitigate routes.
Okay. And so just in terms of, a lot of people visiting the Karori Park, you may be a local, so you know where things are, but there's a lot of visitors that come there and are not familiar with the area. So how would officers suggest that, because there's a lot of dispersed parking options around back streets, how will you provide signage or wayfinding?
So since we last saw you, we have installed a big sign in the main car park, which is the one that gets overloaded, showing people where all the other parking is around the area. We've also we're trying to work with the clubs to get them to communicate out to their membership, because they've got huge big databases. So we've suggested multiple times that would be a really useful thing for them to communicate to their members with our map, using the map that we've created.
Yeah. And so just in terms of the proposed time restrictions in the Karori Park car park, how do you think that would be able to accommodate weekend sports users that you could be there for a number of hours, especially if you've got a couple of kids and you've got one playing one time and another one another time, and sports coaches and stuff like that. So just wondering how you think it's actually going to work.
So PSR will be back in August to address that. They're talking to the clubs in detail, but I do know that the clubs have different interests. So some of them are there for a 2 to 3 hour game, like cricket is there for more like 8 hours. So they're having all those conversations to try and find the best combination of time restrictions to maximise visitors to the park. And I would just say that those 3 car parks are only some of the parks that people can use, and there are a lot of unrestricted in those side streets. There's plenty of capacity for people who might be there for 8 hours still within the side streets.
I've got some more questions, but I can go back on the list.
That's fine. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, my question's in relation to the changes that could be sought on Glenmore Street, and it was about whether Metlick had provided any advice on their preferences over the following options, just given the amount of buses and the frequency that people travel on that route?
Yes, I think they wrote to the chair in March or April and sent a letter through They have seen some good changes in terms of buses not getting held up behind cyclists through that area. And the project, we worked in close collaboration with them on it, so they are supportive of keeping it as it is and not proceeding with the changes.
Fantastic. Thank you. The other question I had was around the visitation of the Botanic Gardens, and I was looking at figure 9 in the long form report, which is about the visitation numbers. And I guess, would you describe in that figure that there is any indication that there's a trend downwards in visitation numbers?
Do you have the page number?
In the PDF, it's page 413 or page 14 of the visitation.
Yeah. I don't like to comment on this too much because we had our research and analytics team write this report. So they have tried to summarise the key findings. There was lower than normal in January. They've explained a bit of context of what happened in January in terms of the weather and the cruise ship drops. But the Gardens Magic this year was lower than last year. However, it was about the same as 2023. So, but other than January, there wasn't a very clear trend. But yeah, that report kind of says it all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Yes, I'd like to ask a question a wee bit about this parking data. I understand that we've got 3 cars with cameras that can drive past and work out parking. And, to be perfectly honest, we've had them for months. And so I'd just like to understand how they're being used and why they can't be used to go and work out on a regular survey basis what the parking actually is.
We have an expert on this. Welcome, Kevin.
So, Councillor, that is the intention. So at the moment we are running those vehicles. So we've started those vehicles doing some parking occupancy, and particularly for some of these projects that we're talking about today. The intention is we will be using the cars more and more to do more and more parking occupancy surveys across the city and the suburbs, as well as enforcement.
I think to answer the question more fully, this is new technology. It's pretty encouraging in terms of the benefits and efficiencies we can get out of it, but we want to make sure we get it right. So Kevin and the team are taking in a very long period in beta mode to try to make sure that there are glitches, that the glitches are picked up and we iron it out, so when we do deploy this and actually start issuing fines, which can be challenged and go to court, that we have this 99 or 100% bang on. So that's the reason the delay is taking place.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Randall, do you have another one?
Yeah, look, you're not wrong. It's taking a long time, and it's
Anyway, question.
Just a second question: why, in terms of this assessment work, was Tinekori Road not put into as options to provide the parking, given that section of Tinekori Road is right next to the same entrance that we're trying to get better access to?
I need to look back, but I'm pretty sure we had a pretty explicit scope when you asked us to do this that was regarding Karori connections and reviewing the bit of that project. I find the exact wording, it's in the paper.
That's right, it goes back to the 27th of February decision.
Yeah, I think that's correct. The scope.
And last question is just in terms of option 2, the parking's on the other side of the road further up. How far away is that new parking from pedestrian crossing, or are people expected to walk across the road without it?
Yes, there's a raised pedestrian crossing just opposite Orangakaupapa Road, so it's right in the middle of where those 20 car parks would be installed.
But I
as
think
close as you can get.
This also ties in, does it not, with redesignating some of the parking that's really close?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. The idea of option 3 is that we would add 20 car parks, but also redesignate a large number of coupon parks to be residence P180, so that there's a higher turnover. And in the weekend, in particular, those car parks are available when they're needed most for visitors to the gardens.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Thank you. There was a Lagoima released earlier in this year that broke down the time and usage patterns of the uphill cycleway outside the Glenmore Street, and I believe it was showing around 20 to 30% of trips were outside sort of those peak hours. What I was wondering with this new data analysis and that we've got, have we seen any substantive change, or is it still kind of fair to classify that the usage patterns are really spiked into commuting hours?
I'm not the best data analyst person to answer that. I don't know if Sean wants to come. I would assume it's probably pretty similar.
Yeah. It was just because there's a specific Lagoina with a table that had been released, so I was really whether we'd seen any change since that table.
I'm not familiar with the particular Goima was released. However, there is still a strong trend towards peak times in the data.
Okay, no, thank you. And will we be able to do one more parking survey in July at the peak of winter usage in Karori Park, just to validate those past two surveys, which are showing there is definitely sufficient capacity surrounding the sports ground, just not in the primary car park?
Yes, we'll talk to our friends in the parking team.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. I've got myself on the list now. I think I saw that there's still a reasonable number of people using Glenmore Street on bikes, even if it's not peak times. I think it was sort of 50, 30, 40, 50, that kind of figure. How safe will it be for them, the Clearway option, that presumably will put them right in the middle of the road?
Out of Clearway hours.
Out of Clearway hours.
Yeah, so during out of Clearway hours, people will be back in the lane. Or on the footpath illegally, or if it turns into a shared path. But primarily, people stay in a direct line up the hill in the traffic lane.
And I know we've said it's out of scope, and I know that we did make it out of scope. I'm quite confident about that. But the Tinakori Road section that's been raised by Mr. Burkart, how doable would that actually be to put parking back there? I seem to think that's a bit narrower than some of the other bits.
It's very similar section. It's a very constrained area. It's also right out of that intersection, and we've built in a bus stop bypass there. So we've now kind of physically built in that bypass. So if it's a bypass to nowhere, that's going to create some issues. But it will be very similar to this uphill section.
Yeah. All right, those are my questions. Thank you. I think we've got Councillor Matthews next on the list.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there was any data from Karori Park before the cycle lane was introduced, because I mean, anecdotally, there's obviously high demand in all of these kind of sporting, when sports on the weekend, when lots of kids and lots of demand on parking.
We don't have before data, unfortunately, at that end, because we're using Viva City and it wasn't put in there until, But one interesting thing to note about data at Karori Park, it's one of the only sites in the city where we have higher numbers in the weekend than during the weekdays. So it doesn't have that same peak hour trends. It's recreationally being used to get to the park and to get to Makara Peak, the mountain bike park. So it's got a really different profile than other sites around the city.
Add to that as well. So I think Paul Andrews has also talked to you all about that they're generally looking across the recreation areas around the cities about how they prioritise their parking for visitors, because it's not just in Karori Park, it's generally across the city that we're seeing long stay parking in our rec area car parks.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
When you talk about the 200-metre parking radius, where do you measure that from? Is it from the park perimeter at any point?
It's from each of the gates in.
Right.
So we found each one of the entrances and went 200 metres out from each entrance.
Because where you go from an entrance, though the entrances can be quite far away from the main body, the club rooms and the cafe and the playground. So that is quite a bit of an extra distance.
Yeah, and different games are played. So some games are played over by the Sunshine End car park, and then the pitches, the are down by the Mud Cycles car park. So yeah, there's different parts of the park. You go there for different reasons to different areas, so we just used each entrance.
Feedback from the football club says that, like if you're parking in Sunshine Ave, you could have a 500 to 700 metre walk. Would that be what you would say if that was the case, if you're having to walk to the club rooms?
Yeah, I think through you, Madam Chair, that the advice that Hugh gave me was something similar, that it depends on the code, and whether the juniors were playing in a certain area of the pitch will determine the length of walk. But that's an accurate statement. It can be quite a long distance if you're having to park in Sunshine and have to get to where the juniors are kicking a ball.
There are quite a lot of parks available in the streets close to the club rooms, though. So Hildreth and, I forget the one closer, Fernley.
Yeah.
So those ones are 90 metres from the club rooms, and there's plenty of availability in those streets.
Do you have any comparative data between the number of cyclists using this section of the road compared to the number of families or park users who would benefit from reinstated parking on the road?
No, we don't. Yeah, it's not an analysis we've done. I think an interesting question, Councillor, and through you, Madam Chair, this is the same point that was raised around Botanic Gardens, this concept of public good.
Yep.
And, you've chosen to reallocate road space for bikes, and that's had a knock-on effect to the public good that on-street car parking affords to get access to public facilities. This was raised several times, including by the club, and that there is a balancing act and a position to strike. But, I mean, that is your job as governors. You set us direction to roll out the bike network plan, and this is the difficult decisions we're often faced with, weighing out the benefits of on-street parking versus no on-street parking in terms of accessing community facilities.
So where's the nearest bike counter to this?
Right down by the dairy near South Karori Road.
Okay, thank you.
All right, okay, I'll add you to the list. It's Councillor Abdurrahman, then we'll have Councillor Randall. I've got another one, and hopefully we're getting to the end of them.
Just going back to the people that you engage with, it's great to hear that you engage with the club, but I wonder if you have a list of people that you engaged. I'm interested, example, if you reached out to Capital Football, the Resident Association, and some others, or if you haven't reached to those ones, who else did you engage other than the club?
So when we actually consulted on this, we consulted a lot with the Residents Association and the Business District, but we didn't go through another consultation process for looking at these options. We didn't run another consultation process. Liam met with...
Aside from what the Chair directed me to talk to, which is the Thornton Residents Association, Karori FC and the Friends of the Botanic Gardens, those three groups.
Their formal or informal engagement from officers' perspective with the regional council or any of the regional councillors?
Yeah, we talked to officers over there so we could get the perspective from the public transport of the impacts of the options.
Can I just add to that? Because this is a joint project, the Karori Connections, and they have also contributed money to making some of the bus improvements around lane widths and getting better access to the stops. We have an MOU where we're required to work with them on this project. So they were a project partner, and we honoured that partnership.
Thank you. Was the engagement between officers happen before the letter was sent to the chair of this committee, or after the letter was sent to the chair of the committee?
Before. We're still actually working on that project. There's still parts of it, so we're in constant collaboration with Greater Wellington about trying to improve bus priority throughout the city, including in this project.
So the letter was sent to the chair of this committee while you were having a discussion with the officer of regional council?
Afterwards?
Yeah. Before, after, and during, yeah.
Is that written or oral, just... what that looks like.
Yeah, anyway, I think this is a little bit of an aside, but I asked all those questions at the time, Councillor Abdurrahman, because I was a bit surprised to get that letter. There's no, okay, so Councillor Randall.
I just want to, so in terms of the cycleway, how wide is the cycleway from the curb to the outside of the barriers? How wide is the cycleway from the curb to the outside of the sticks? Or
It varies, but it varies from 0.5 metres is about the narrowest that it gets in Wellington City, up to 2.2 is not uncommon on this route.
So 2.2 is like the cycleway width, and then there's the sticks, which is about another
0.4.
0.4, so it's
0.35, yep.
Yeah, so it's like 2.5.
It can be at the most, yeah.
Yeah. And so and the general width for parking is like 2 metres, is that right?
Yes, occasionally there's a little bit of a buffer added for parking. So, for example, in a lower part of Glenmore Street, there was enough lane width to add a slight bit of space between the parked car doors and the white line that indicates the shoulder width. So if there's more space than is needed for everything to be absolute minimums, then that space usually gets reallocated sometimes to the cycle lane, sometimes to the parking, usually a bit of both, and sometimes to the traffic lane as well.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, but overall, if you converted a cycleway to a clearway, the lane width remaining, would be wider. Generally, like half a metre or something like that, or quarter to a half a metre.
In some cases, it's wider, and in some cases, it can be a little bit narrower. So if it was a 1.5 metre wide lane from the curb, and then the 0.35 separators, that would be a little bit narrower than the space.
Is there any of those cycleways along this route that is that narrow?
It gets quite narrow at the top of Glenmore Street, but not in the sections that we're talking about.
And the section we're talking about is generally 2.2.
It used to be parking, so parking does fit there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I have a couple of questions. The cost of option 5, I think, Claire, you might have said that you thought that possibly is a bit on the lean side. I think we've just got the same paper back, obviously, and it looks like rough order cost would be 860,000-ish. But I think you said that you thought that probably was a bit slim.
Yeah, when we are rebuilding a curb out, that's what that higher cost is. That's assuming that you wanted to extend the width of the footpath. There can be unexpected costs, or it can often be more than we anticipate it is. So that's probably a conservative guess.
But you haven't got any, no, because we wouldn't have done the work at this point. I just wanted to ask a little bit about this Victoria Street. That's got some pretty skinny cycle lanes, and I think they have got sticks. Victoria, yes.
Yes, although most of those sticks aren't in at the moment, but yes, very skinny.
But I just wanted to question, I guess, that if we did narrow the cycleway with option 3, and we're saying we couldn't put sticks in.
No, it could be a mixture, and that's what we would look at when we do the detailed design. So Adelaide Road is the narrowest that we've ever put sticks in a narrow cycleway, and it's a trade-off because that can really squeeze people up, and you don't have a lot of shy zone, and a lot of people don't like feeling trapped like that. But some people would prefer that to not having the protection where a car can just kind of drift into the lane. So we will look to get separation as much as we can, but there may be some areas that go under that kind of 1.6 where we can't.
Okay. Another question. We've got other questions. So Councillor Abdurrahman, Councillor Calvert.
I got only 2 more questions. One was it at any time officers requested Greater Regional Council to write a letter to Wellington City Council?
No, we didn't.
Of course not.
Okay. The second one was any meeting between any officers from this council with councillors from the regional council before the letter was written to?
Yes.
With councillors?
Oh, no, not with councillors. No, sorry, just with the staff.
Yeah, I think only with staff. We have been doing briefings around the bus projects where we go to both councils always, or we join you together into one, but not in relation to this project.
But just follow on from that, my understanding was all of these things that were presented as options to us would have worked for the buses, all of them. Maybe not as well as the current situation, but the 3.2 metre width is as much as we have on many of our bus routes right now.
Yeah, they didn't facially floor any of them, but they did have some comments because a lot of what we've done has been a benefit to them. So they did want to kind of make it clear that it's a disbenefit if they're back waiting behind people in the lane again. So we were trying to make sure that was really clear.
Alrighty, I think I've got was it Councillor Calvert? Yes.
Yeah, you made a comment that Matlick said part of the route that the buses felt it was easier to to stick behind a cyclist. Was there, because the cycleway is so long, several kilometres, was there any particular areas that they noted?
Yeah, I think there's two.
Yeah.
One is this section of Glenmore that we're talking about, and the other is Chater Street.
Right.
So those are the two areas with quite steep gradients where they would spend a long time waiting behind a bike that has nowhere really to pull into. And so those are the two areas that we've heard comments if there are good travel time savings for the buses.
But I understand Chater Street, because that's quite a steep, but this area around by the park, that's not steep.
The gardens, yes, but not Karori Park. No, not there.
No, but by the Botanic Gardens, that's not steep.
It is. It's pretty steep.
The information that they have provided back was, I think, that they're seeing around a 90-second time. It's in the paper in that section due to not having...
And then you talked about the cost of option 5 at 800 LK, but that's if you put a shared path in, isn't it? So if you didn't have the shared path, I think the costs were around the 300K mark?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So just to clarify, an extra disbenefit of putting in a clearway would be cyclists in the middle of the day in the road slowing down buses.
And to be fair, what we find with clearways is because we can't enforce them all the time, there is quite often people stopping in them. So even during those hours of 4 to 7, and we've found this through all the projects where we've had them, like in the NIO Stage 1, people still have to pop out from around them where people make these kind of pullover moves, which is pretty common.
Thank you. Yes.
But haven't we got now these new super duper parking vehicles with all their cameras that are going out once they get working properly? That would mean more consistent enforcement. So there would be people will learn that they will get caught because that we have these vehicles now doing the rounds.
Yeah. Kevin can sort of talk to the amount of cars we have and how much around the city they can be. But
So as I said, we're in the process of preparing those cars to be fully rolled out. They will be doing both surveys and enforcement. When it comes to clearways, whether or not you have a car, you actually have to have a person and a tow truck turn up to actually deal with the vehicle. So it does require people to actually. So you might well see a vehicle parked on a clearway, but you are then going to have to send people down to actually deal with it.
Mm.
So a car by itself or a static camera.
But once you get tagged, so to speak, or even if before you can move, you get a fine. I mean, it's a bit like the bus lane stuff, isn't it? All of a sudden, people all learn quickly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So the cars will be used. They will be picking up people in that kind of situation, but they won't be able to remove them.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Chung, then we might try and wrap it up.
I actually wondered what the what the penalty was for parking in a clearway as opposed to parking in a bus lane. Is there a difference, or is it the same thing?
It's slightly off the topic, but we'll see if we can get a quick answer.
Sorry, I don't have in front of me the one for the clearways, but for a bus lane it is $150, and it's also useful to remember that the council does not set those fees; they're set by central government. We simply administer. I can get you that fee though.
Okay. Alrighty. I will. Thank you very much to our team.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And if I may, by leave of the committee, just acknowledge Jonathan Kennett. He finishes next week.
Oh.
Love or hate cycleways, he's been a key part of Claire's team, and he's also, of course, got another life. He's a mountain bike expert and builds trails across Wellington and advises New Zealand, really. So I just want to acknowledge his contribution to the team over the last 3 years, and hopefully we'll see you in our town belt, green belt, building more mountain bike parks.
I would really like to thank all the team, and also, as you alluded to, Claire, a lot of other projects have, project areas have been pulled in to assist. So please pass back our grateful thanks. Alrighty. It is my pleasure to move this paper. We are responsible for asking all those busy staff to do some more work, because it seemed to us that this was actually a situation in the city that perhaps did need a little bit more thought. And at the very least, the staff have come back and actually recommended some designations for the car parking that's immediately across from the main pedestrian crossing right at the very front of the Botanic Gardens at Founders Gate. Those parks would be repurposed to be, I think they said, P180 coupon parking, which means it's only if you're a resident you can park there long term. Every single other person that comes to the gardens will have to be, there will have to be some turnover, and that will mean that there's more availability for people to park immediately opposite the main gate and the driveway up to the Rose Gardens. But I can see that if we're making it more available for residents and it's no longer unrestricted, we're making it more available for visitors and it's no longer unrestricted, that residents might feel even a little bit more disadvantaged than they feel now. And we have certainly heard from residents through the Thorndon Residents Association and other groups that they have noticed the loss of parking. So I am proposing and I am moving that we compensate for that by including 20 extra car parks. And I feel as if this goes some way towards addressing the two problems. One, more availability for visitors where they need it, close to the entrance, but yet some flexibility for residents and longer stay visitors, families and the like, to actually have 20 extra car parks. This can be achieved at a relatively modest cost. And I do think we need to be cognizant of the cost, because there isn't unlimited budget at the minute. We know that our residents are looking at us, looking at the rates rises, looking at how we're spending our money, and they're looking for value for money. They're looking for us to be cognizant of their dollars. And also, this solution doesn't preclude something else happening in the future, another stage, if it's needed. I was persuaded actually to put a trigger point in for these 20 car parks, because I do think we need to have evidence, even for this level of spend, that we're doing it at the right time. So I feel as if we approve this, we're giving the staff permission to redesignate the car parking times at that location, but also they've got in their back pocket a solution that they can bring out when we get real car parking need, and it'll be evidenced by our occupancy rate. So I would really like your support for this. I know there would be other solutions, but I think this is something really practical, really affordable. It addresses two problems, the visitation and the residents' needs. And I think, to be honest, for me right now, where we're sitting with our financial constraints, this is probably the sweet spot. In terms of, it's only got a -1 safety impact too. The other solutions had a much more severe safety impact, because we're still retaining a cycleway. So we're still retaining, it might get a bit squeezed up and maybe won't be quite as great as it was for 120 metres, but it's still basically going to be an intact cycleway. It doesn't create the conflict with pedestrians, and we're hearing more and more about that being a problem. I'm hearing about that being a problem down Oriental Way, for example. So we're getting 20 car parks, we're getting better use of the existing car parks we have opposite the gardens, we're retaining a cycleway, and we buy ourselves a little bit of time to see if there's actually, if this is enough or whether we still need to do more. So I would like your support for this, but I'll leave it at that. Do I have anyone else who wants to speak? I do need a seconder, and I believe the Mayor is going to second, and she's going to reserve her right. Councillor Chung. He can speak before the amendment, but if you want to move your amendment, I'm happy to take Councillor Calvert. I'm happy to take you now.
Okay, I'll wait for you. Okay, well, I won't then.
No, you go for it, Councillor Chung.
Dilemma. I actually quite like the solution that you've actually presented here, and the only concern I have about it is sharing the footpath there. We didn't hear from Ellen about sharing the footpath, and I'm just wondering if she was actually aware that this proposal was actually coming up. Now, I think that when you're overseas, I find that sharing the footpath works very well. And I was in Japan just recently, and I found that they didn't have any accidents where they shared the footpath. But in Wellington, I'm just not so convinced that our behaviour is actually good enough to actually be considerate of each other when people are riding and walking. So I guess that's my concern. And what can we actually do to alleviate that? Well, what can we actually do to give people more confidence to actually share the footpath? That's a bit of a rhetorical question because I don't know if there is an answer to that, but that is my concern.
But this one doesn't share the footpath. So that's good to know, isn't it? So, Councillor Calvert.
Okay, right, I'm going to put my amendments up, so if we could have them up on the screen. And I will, do you want me to talk to them in case you've got any questions, or how do you want to do it?
You go for it. You're
Okay.
moving it. I hope you've got a seconder, I presume?
Yep. It will be, I'm not quite sure who it was, but I'll speak first and then we'll see who puts their hand up. But look, first of all, I just want to acknowledge the staff that have done this work and also to thank both the cycling community and local residents and park users for their feedback. I also think this is quite a good thing for our council. Whatever way the votes go, what it means is that we've shown some agility in terms of being able to listen to community feedback and say, okay, maybe we haven't got it right, maybe we have, but we are listening. And so doing this work, I think, is a good signal of this council that it is willing to review when there is sufficient feedback. Look, just in terms of the Botanic Gardens, and look, we've got 5 options, and I know it's really confusing. I think that the basic premise is that we've been hearing people want to be able to park closer to the main entrance areas, so that they can access the Botanic Gardens on the flat, not up above, further up the top, because if you walk down might be easy, but then you've got to get back up again and vice versa. So it's those key areas at the bottom of the gardens that people want to be able to access and easily. So with what I'm proposing is, I think option 2 had a good, not completely, but option 2 had some really good suggestions about putting in 180 minutes restricted parking for non-residents. So I think that helps to create some more space. It reduces the commuter parking use, and that's in line with our policies in terms of that. But we do need to be able to create a bit more space round by those gates. And so that's why for a stretch which goes from those gates up to Garden Road is putting in removing the bike lane where it is, because it has limited usage, and then introducing a 4 to 7 o'clock clearway. Now we've heard from, we know we're going to have these wonderful new machines with lots of cameras on them, and we know that our enforcement is going to be able to be done a lot quicker, a lot more efficient, and if people are starting to park in those areas, like any other area around the city, whether it's a bus lane or whatever, they will be, they'll soon learn what is appropriate. So I think, and if you recall when we first put this cycle lane in, there was a lot of concern, were we doing it right by this particular area of Glenmore Street? And there was a lot of concern. So what we've done is, I think this is just saying maybe we didn't quite get it right, and we will revert back, but we will put a clearway in. I just want to comment on the option in the substantive, just so the difference with option 3. the additional parking, which is not guaranteed anyway, is further up Glenmore Street. So it's past the area that I'm suggesting. So it's not really going to meet the needs of those ones that had with young families and accessibility issues in the same way as these ones will. And it's certainly not, and it's not the area that we've heard from the Thorndon residents and Friends of the Botanic Gardens, but it is a compromise. So I think, and also with not doing a shared path, it's a reasonable priced option in comparison to option 3. Just in terms of Karori Park, we've heard from the community loud and clear, and I think we've got to remember when we did Wakefield Park at a similar time, what we enabled was that the off-street parking had to be enabled before the cycleway was put in. We didn't do that with Karori Park. And I know that there's been suggestions of parks elsewhere, but it is the wayfinding and it is still the distance that somebody has to travel. And in some cases, it is about 700 metres. And that's fine if you're fit, but when you're carrying a big load of cricket gear and you've got your kids and you've got all their gear, it is a lot harder, 700 metres as opposed to a shorter distance, and also finding the park. And also with this one, there is an alternative bike route, which was it's actually on our bike plan. And we actually have a shared cycle path through Karori Park. So it's not that onerous. It could add an extra 5 minutes onto a journey if you wanted to go the secondary route, but it's not major. So it does enable a more of a balance. And both of these suggestions, and the officers talked about a trade-off. This is a trade-off. Nothing's perfect because we are trying to build infrastructure on existing roads, but also to make sure that the amenities that we're providing, like parks, like and the Botanic Gardens, is sufficient.
So, thank you.
So I'm just because I've got 2, that's fine. But I am a committee member, and some aren't. So look, I just would like your support, and yes, and I think.
So before we talk about a second, I am actually going to. I've got a question. So. Yeah, that's good. So my question would be to staff, because I've noticed a little bit of an overlap between this and my option 3 obviously includes option 2. If we were to vote for 2.1, which approves the changes to the parking, which I think is eminently sensible, but not approve 2.2, just supposing, then what happens with my amendment, which has kind of already been half approved? Yeah, I'm asking, I guess I'm asking DEM services. So if you look at my amendment, it kind of incorporates 2.1. What happens if we've already approved 2.1? Do we just, does it create an issue or not?
Well, this would be added to what you've already put, and we just need to see how that fits in. It may mean that we change wording a little bit to make it adjust, but this doesn't replace your one, is that correct?
No. Well,
I add as well, there's also a slight difference in this one that it doesn't do P180 residents exempt. It says P180 not for residents, so we'd be just doing parking for visitors. And reducing the amount, I'm looking at Jonathan, do we reduce the amount of residents parking available then? Okay, so all 40 coupons will be fine. Okay, sorry.
Can we hear the answer to that? Because I'm not sure everybody got the whole answer.
It would be fine. It is just replacing coupons for P180 in Councillor Calvert's amendment. So it is.
So that's similar, similar enough.
I was just worried it was removing the residents parking, and it's not. We retain the same amount.
So it's okay to vote for this if that's what you want to achieve on Councillor Calvert's set of amendments, and then we would adjust mine accordingly or note that it's already been approved or something. Yeah. Okay. Are there other questions, Councillor Matthews?
Yeah, my question is about 3, and I guess I want to raise, does it in effect, because changing a route would overturn a decision that has been made by a committee of the whole on Pāniki Pōniki, and whether and you may want to actually, I mean, we may need to have I'll leave that with you, Madam Chair, but this may need some consideration because it is in fact a revocation of a previous decision made of a committee of the whole.
This is the matter I raised earlier. Vita, did you have an answer? Do you want to? Yep, sure.
Let's take a quick adjournment because this looks like it does need a bit of resolution. quite a process with this, and we've used up a lot of staff time. Now, we're going to put the word temporary in, which apparently means that we are able to vote. It's obvious that this is coming with some risk, really. But anyway, we're going to put the word in temporary but you haven't had it seconded, so that is an option for you. It's your amendment. I mean, I can't tell you what to do.
No, but I mean, this is all based on the advice from officers in terms of how to word it, what the intention.
Yes.
If adding the word temporary in helps, then that's fine. I mean, it doesn't mean anything.
No, it doesn't, and that's the problem. It actually doesn't tell us anything and leaves us in limbo. But anyway, we could do that, and that's what it seems the route we are taking. Now, where did we put the word in temporary? Well, that was officer advice, not me. I'm not the one bringing this
So
amendment.
can I ask, is 3 still up, though, on the other one? You know, because this is the amendment, the substantive one.
No, I didn't bring 3. Number 3 is completely Councillor Calvert's.
No, are you talking about option 3? Or
yes, mine is still sitting there.
Yeah.
We're dealing with this, and then we're going to go back.
Is that not Karori Park, the other 3?
No, Sarah's option 3 is in relation to Glenmore Street, the Karori, the Botanic Gardens.
If 2.2 fails, Liz,
yes,
then we'll go to mine. Back to mine.
Yeah, so the Karori Park one, the officer's recommendation, whatever that was, I don't know what that was. That was just to create some extra parks on the side street.
Oh, yeah. So
yeah, but 2 and 2.1 and 2.2 is my alternative to Sarah's option 3.
Okay.
Yeah, you need to vote 2.2 down if you actually want my option 3. But anyway, we haven't yet had debate, so we probably need to get there at some point. It's not me with this advice. It's come from officers, so I want them to decide where this needs to go. Yeah.
Seconded yet.
I know, so I can change. So 2.2 should be install a temporary 4 to 7 p.m. clearway.
Why would we do this?
Because, Sarah, it's democracy. Yeah, but we've got to get the wording right before we can even vote on anything. Where are you putting it? No, it's not a temp. Are you sure it's not? Yeah. So should number 3 be with a temporary 7 to 9 a.m. clearway? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, look, I'm not actually supporting all of this amendment, but there are parts that I'm happy to, so my position hasn't substantially changed from earlier in the year. I do think we should be willing to review the design explicitly out of Glenmore Street, and I think the social licence of the entire bike network is put somewhat at risk there. The data is showing it is substantively a commuter cycleway, and albeit with our limited time period, usage doesn't seem to have changed significantly. And you contrast that to, say, Kent or Cambridge, where figures basically skyrocketed. I'm really pleased, though, actually, if there's any achievement out of this, that officers are thinking about a proper ongoing monitoring regime, because we just can't take a single static survey on a one weekday and one weekend day and extrapolate that out as a representative sample of transport patterns. That's just not good enough. So getting this reoccurring, ongoing surveying is vital for the entire efficacy of our transport network. And, you know, officers said they're looking for some directions, so I'm going to be really ambitious, but it'll be something I imagine that if you did surveys every second day across a fortnight reoccurring, you'd capture usage of every day of the week. You'd have data at a level of granularity that you could really do some useful analysis, but I appreciate that's probably going to come up against real funding constraints, and I'm shooting for the stars here, but I think that's the kind of surveying that if we start to do along the lines, then once we have the facts, these debates become a lot easier. So yeah, Karori Park, the data shows a really different story. It really seems by all means we have sufficient capacity around the park. We've had those two traffic surveys that have given me confidence in that. Having another one undertaken in July at the peak of winter to validate that will be excellent. And I guess I'm not convinced that even if you did put a clearway outside Karori Park, that would be sufficient to alleviate the demand at that primary entry. Yeah, I'm not going to dispute that car park removal hasn't added some more pressure to the primary car park. But for me, if there was no local parking alternatives, I'd be more inclined to support some amendment and allocate budget. But there are local alternatives, and, you know, there's 4 fields there. So some of those other parks are actually much more in proximity to the other sports fields. You could be parking much closer to the game than if you're in a primary park. So that's just my high-level thoughts. So supporting parts of it, not supporting other bits. Nonetheless, it's not going to pass anyway, I'm pretty sure. So this has all been a interesting exercise in futility.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Randall.
Yes, I don't have a vote here, but I do want to just speak in support of Councillor Calvert. First of all, on the data, yeah, the lack of data is really, really frustrating. On this, and having to make decisions, you know, with data that's in transition and changing is quite difficult. I know what a bit of data that we can sort of lean on, and we do lean on from time to time, is the crash accident data, and the reality is that, you know, that Glenmore Street is a relatively safe street for cycling, and it was before the cycleway was put in. You know, there was an accident per year in the years before, you know, the cycleway was put in. And so, but in the end, of course, as outlined by officers, there's actually a balance between public good and 31 additional car parks has been asked repeatedly and over again from a community that has been blocked accessing one of the jewels of the city. Now there's arguments about whether there's free parking or not free parking. The lack of data just makes me say, well, we can't resolve that. And hopefully going forward as part of this, we will get better data, and then when demand changes or whatever, we can actually work from a solid base. As for cost, I think that's not really the key. The key about this is putting it right. You know, the community said that they were before the cycleway went in, they feared being blocked, and there's a lot of information and feedback that we've all got to say that people have been blocked, and people this amendment will actually restore parking in the area it really needs to be, which is close to that flower garden area, which is just lovely. You know, the one time I went there for an event, I had to park in Hill Street and walk 1 kilometre because there was no parking. The fact is, this is a good idea. I think we should try these things, and I think the clearway is something we ought to try out on a temporary basis and see how that works, both in terms of safety and in terms of accessibility, and try a slightly different approach. Thank you.
I certainly won't be supporting 2.2 or probably not 3. 2.2 is quite problematic actually, because what it's doing is it's got no time limits, it's got no sense of what might happen after the temporary. I know why we've put that word in, is to make sure so that we don't run into conflict and be seen to be actually redesigning it. But to me that makes it even more unsatisfactory that you would support it. I can just look, honestly, the one thing that the residents' satisfaction survey showed was that people agree we have made cycling safer in the city, and we are going backwards majorly with this, and I don't think we need to. I think the amendment that I've put up does show a way forward, does put in some extra parking, and actually still allows for some extra things to happen in the future, but I don't think this right now is the way forward, so I will certainly not be supporting 2.2, and I urge those who've not other committee members not to support it either. Right, so Councillor Chung, and then I have Councillor, I had Councillor Matthews actually, my apologies, and then Councillor Chung, and then Councillor Rogers.
So I'll speak to the substantive as well, and I actually want to give credit to you, Councillor Free, for your management of the substantive. You know, I wasn't a fan of this whole process, but I think given that it has happened, I really do want to express my appreciation for the balanced approach that you have taken. I guess I'm interested in the kind of urban myth that is behind this, which is not my words, which is Maz Skennel's words, but there has never not been enough parking around the botanical gardens, and that is what the data is showing us. The goalposts have shifted now, and people are talking about that there's not enough parking close enough or on the flat or all of these other things, but actually there is sufficient. But I appreciate that a compromise has been made to at least address the perception and convenience for some users of the botanical gardens. However, these amendments go too far, and I'm very clear. I mean, I understand the reason why we have the words temporary in here, but it's not temporary, and it kind of just shows the sort of nonsense kind of wheel we're on about trying to make changes at the wrong time and the wrong place. And I'm very clear that a clearway is not a bike lane, and actually it doesn't meet the objectives that sit behind Pāniki Poniki. There's no sort of distinction between families who want to park cars and families that want to ride bikes. They're all people. And making the streets safer for people to use their bikes is why we did this, and I still strongly support it. Until it had only been connected, you know, for a matter of weeks before this happened. And it actually, especially in a suburb like Karori, we need more time for people to start using the facilities that we build. And that is not going to happen overnight, and it's not going to happen quickly in the same way as Cambridge and Kent Terrace, which is kind of a funnel for half the city. But Karori is a suburb that there's basically one way in and one way out. It's a different thing. And it is going to be slower, but it's still important that we provide that level of service for people that live there. And a lot of young people that are coming into the city and will be eventually, I believe, biking to school because they don't have a high school in their suburb. So I think I encourage you to vote against these amendments. I want to thank Councillor Free. An accident a year is one accident a year too many for me. And I also want to say that if we're going to rely too heavily on data, we should make evidence-based decision. But a quote from that local legends that stuck with me: there is no such thing as data from the future, because the future hasn't happened yet. And that is why we are building this stuff, so people will use it. And I strongly believe that they will over time if we don't stuff it around too much in the meantime. So thank you all. Encourage you to vote against these amendments.
next, might have been Councillor Rogers. Oh, sorry. Yes, it was. Councillor Chung and then Councillor Rogers, and then we'll come back.
The more I listen to this debate, is the more nonsensical it gets.
Yes.
It's we talk about the accident rate. We're trying to make people safer. We're trying to, we bring up health and safety concerns. I'm absolutely in support of making things safer, but there's been no evidence to show that these roads are actually dangerous. There's been no evidence to say that build it and they will come. It's like, let's keep it for a certain period of time, and if we don't get the result we want, then let's keep it for another period of time. Now, and don't give me that look. Now, I ride a bike very frequently, and I would like to know what other councillors actually go around riding bikes and going down that street. So have you actually been down that street, and have you actually felt it unsafe? I think it's more unsafe by sharing a footpath with a bike. In other countries, they can do it very, very safely. In Wellington, they can't. And we know that by the accidents that have actually happened on the footpath. And so when we come out with some councillors sitting on the fence and saying this way or that way, we need to understand exactly how people actually behave. And so I get calls, I get emails, I get people saying that, look, they can't get to places now, they can't get to the garden, they can't find a place to park. Now, do I believe them, or do I believe someone who says that, look, when we go up there to have a look, there are plenty of car parks. Now, who actually knows what time that these car parks are actually there? But if people are saying that they can't get to a place, they can't find a car park, and so they can't get to the gardens, then I have to take them at their word. So I think that this amendment is actually a good blend, and it's well worth trying to actually see what actually works. See if we can get that compromise that we actually want for both sides, because it seems that some of us are sitting too much on one side and saying that this won't work, let's not try it. So I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. We'll move to Councillor Rogers.
Thank you. Yes, it may surprise other members, but I do ride a bike. I just don't use it as an excuse to oppose bicycle lanes, which I know are not there just to support me, but are there to support a broad range of people with different abilities. I think it has been very eloquently spoken to by Councillor Matthews, who is a great advocate for people who are cycling in her ward, about why you should not support this amendment. But I thought a point of clarification might be useful for you, Councillor Chung. Earlier on, through an email we received from Councillor Calvert, she implied that by voting for number 3, we could encourage people to cycle through the park. That is encouraging people to use a shared path. So if in your impassioned debate you oppose shared paths, the best thing for you to do is vote against number 3, which encourages the use of shared paths.
Thank you. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Let me start with wishing well to Jonathan, who did really good job, to be honest, in this council. And the one that I remember from his work is actually when the Karori connection was implemented, the way he tried his best around the traffic light when you about to turn to Karori Road. I wanted similar things to be implemented for the Berhampur to Newtown connection. I wish he got involved in some of that other areas as well. But I wish you all the best, and I think you leave a really good legacy behind, and we really always appreciate your good advice around this council. Going back to the main agenda item today, I'm supporting regards to the Karori Park. I have few reasons for that. I have looked around this council, and a lot of the councillors, you all had at different stage experience, a different life. You have gone through different lifestyle. And when I look at it, myself currently, I got a teenager which is 12 and 14, and I got 6 years old. I go to Wakefield Park at least 3-4 times a week, and I do drive every time I go. And I have seen how much life has changed because of how we build the car park, at the same time the cycling infrastructure through that car park, through that park. And when you drive there, you can find parking actually more than how you used to get, because we got the balance right. The motion this council passed at the time was 0 car park loss while putting cycle lanes through that. And we have a very fantastic cycle lane that connects the road, and we also have a good parking facility for families. I drive to Karori often as well, especially on the weekend when my kids play there. Parking is not as easy as you think. I'm telling you, as someone who are really good, who knows all the street a bit around as well, my previous life, driving taxi gives me a bit of, knowledge, local knowledge of where I can park and how sometimes even you can get away with some kind of parking as well. So it's not really easy. I really wish we could have found a way that support the families, and a lot of them, they don't have the pleasure of biking to those locations. And the second part, when it comes to Glenmore Street as well, around the Botanic Garden, I think when we do things, we should be brave enough to get the balance right. And for me, it's about getting the balance right. It's not about putting car parks everywhere or just keeping car parks everywhere, or it's not about putting cycle lane everywhere as well. We should try getting the balance of how those two forms of transportation can coexist. And unfortunately, there are some around this council also, obviously in the community as well, who want to see no car park, no car at all. That is not going to happen. It will continue, people will drive around, there will be more cyclings as well. We need to build more cycling infrastructure, but we need to get the balance right. For those reasons, I will be supporting the Glenmore Street by the Botanic Garden and the Karori one. And yeah, so I really encourage the rest of you to consider voting in support as well. Thank you.
Okay, and I think we've got Pauiwi Kelly.
Can I just start with thanking the officers for coming back with some options for us? I agree with what Councillor Free said, that, we listened to the community and realised that, okay, maybe we might have gone too far and we needed to bring back some car parks. So I thank them for doing this mahi. I don't ride a bike. In fact, I brass off a lot of people because I drive a big car as well. But I haven't ridden a bike since it was my job as a postie, but I can say it was the best job I've ever had in my life. But I'm a bit old now for that. And there'll be others that will say you're never told to ride a bike, but yeah, well, I'm not. But what I can say about cycleways is that as someone who drives, I find it a lot easier to drive my car when there is a dedicated cycleway, as opposed to a painted strip or a shed, anything. I think is difficult, and I really love the comment that one of our submitters said they reckon that, what did he say? It's something about shared pathways is like Hunger Games and building a conflict zone. So I do like it that we're doing dedicated car parks, cycleways, dedicated cycleways. And I've always said that we need to share the road though. Motorists need to share the road with cyclists. So I support 2.1. I think that's actually a really good solution. It's not really costing us any money. It's meaning that we're going to put approximately 40 car parks just by restricting the car park and changing it from long term. That's going to give us the ability to provide those car parks without impacting on the cycleway. So I do support that. I don't support 2.2 and I don't support 3, and that's essentially from the comments that Councillor McNulty shared, and I know this park because my Moko plays soccer there, and we now know where his field is. So we look, when his game comes up, we find which is his field, and then have a look at the map and park nearest the field. So I don't support that, but I thank Councillor Calvert for bringing this to us, but I will be supporting 2.1, and I hope, Madam Chair, that you'll be still putting through...
Yeah, we'll go back to that.
Because even though that will be... we'd have to wait for 80% usage before we see an extra 23. This will immediately give us an extra 40. So, yeah, I support this.
All right, right of reply for your amendment, Councillor Carter.
Thank you. Yes, and look, I'm sorry that it was a bit of a delay in you getting to the chance to click on your button, one or two. But yeah, and I think this shows you how not every... even our officers don't quite understand what it means with the cycleways in terms of having to use this word temporary. But essentially, it doesn't change the actual amendment. Look, and I think, I think Councillor Matthews said, the goalposts have shifted when referring to Maz Skennel, but I would say the goalposts have certainly shifted about what is meant by a cycleway. And so we saw that with now having to use the word temporary. And everything is, in some respects, depending on the cost of the infrastructure, everything's temporary in some respect. You put a pedestrian crossing in, that can be temporary if you want to look at it that way. You can always move it at a later stage. And that's why even the whole transitional cycleways is temporary, because they've just got the little bumpers that can easily be removed. We know when we drive past, the sticks have all been knocked out. Most of them have been knocked out anyway. So, yeah, and look, I just ask for your support because I brought these amendments forward, and I thank you because this is what the community asked and the feedback. And it's not just a few in the community. And if you work closely within your communities, like I and I know Councillor Chung have in Karori, you actually, you understand where they're coming from, and you also get to understand with what, when there's a significant group, a significant voice. And there really has been a significant voice both in Karori, both in Thorndon, and also citywide in terms of the Botanic Gardens parking. So I think it's really important. So I thank you for this debate, because I think if nothing else, the local communities will feel listened to. Even if they may not agree with the decision, they will feel listened to. And I think that was important, because otherwise we hear a lot of noise and we don't do anything about it. So at least we've now crystallized that, and we make a decision one way or the other. But I do ask you to support and listen to those communities and what they're saying, because we are voted in by them. We are here to represent them. And I know there's a multitude of voices, but we are here as their representatives, not the organisation's representatives. So I hope you will support all of these. And let's go to the vote. And can I have a division, please?
And we will take a division, and we'll take each one separately. So we'll do 2.1. And that has passed. We will do 2.2. So we're doing 2.2. Geordie, we need you for 2.2. Oh, so I will be casting against. That has failed. We will do 2.3. Oh, sorry, we'll do 3. And that has failed. Yeah. Okay. No. Let's just stay calm. Right. We're now going back to the Oh, we need to vote on number 2, which is the covering statement. Sorry, that is just really a formality, but...
Liz, it's not right. Because it's sort of, you're proving a thing of options 2 and 5, and you're not.
Well, one of those things went through, so we do need to cover it off. I know I don't really love the way we have to vote separately on the header either.
I think we need to get, well, not for this time, but we do need to sort this whole thing out, yeah.
Mm. Oh, okay, and that's passed. Right, we will go back now to the substantive. Is there... I think we've probably said it all.
I just want to...
The Mayor would like to speak. Thank you.
Because I've heard some comments that I do want to push back against a little bit, just so we remember the bigger picture here. And with respect, Councillor Abdurrahman, our city has over 33,000 car parks across the city, and we also have a ton of roads, but what we don't have is a connected cycleway. And that is the way of the future. We want to make it safer for families to cycle. And yes, it means others might have to walk just a little bit, a little bit further to the entrance of the Botanic Gardens, but that's certainly better than the alternative. Change is really hard. Trying to convert our city into a multi-mode transport city is really hard, and so we get these same arguments every single time, but it's from the same people, but this is just the way forward. It's the way to build a climate resilient city that's safe for everyone who wants the option. It makes things better for driving. So look, let's be brave. I appreciate the debate, but let's remember the good stuff what this is trying to lead to. Thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Yep, I was not meant to be saying, I think it's really important we get it right. The future, yes, this is about future. Cycling is about future. The future is my kids as well. I have a say in this. And that is, we need to stop this mobilization, kind of like making it a tribal, where only one side always try to win. What I'm saying is we need to find how both can coexist. And that is extremely important. This debate is not about car park versus cycle lane. This is about how we can get the balance right. And the notion that trying to frame it only in one way, I do understand. As I said, I'll repeat it again.
No, we'll let Councillor Abdurrahman finish.
I'm sorry to say it, there are some around this council, also in our community, who hate to see car park, who hate to see car drivers, but we will exist. And there are also others around this council, also in the community, who hate to see cycle lane, who hate to see anyone biking. What we need to do is how we can get the balance right. And that's what I'm trying to do here. Obviously, the community can decide. Those who are saying we don't want any bike lanes. The community can watch also those who are saying we don't want any car parks, we don't want to see anyone driving. Life is not that easy. Some of us, we have to drive, as I said, to playgrounds. We have to drive also to parks so our children can enjoy the facilities that we're providing them. Currently, that is not possible for some. At the same time, we also need to make the road safe for our children to go to school. And the debate, especially around this council, we really need to get it right. Otherwise, we will just keep mobilizing the community against each other. That is not in interest of anyone else.
I feel as if we have had a fair crack at this. But if people can be brief, we can have a little bit more. Councillor Chung and then Puiwi Kelly and Councillor Calvert. But can we keep it brief because it is getting late in the day? We've had a very long and full agenda. Over to you.
And frustrating day. I think that I look at this here and I see a compromise there, and so I feel that this is actually what we're seeking. We're actually trying to sort of please. You'll never ever please everyone on every side, but I think that we can make an attempt to actually try and do that. And I feel that the system that we have at the moment isn't working. I'm getting far too many complaints from people about it, saying that they can't do this or they can't get there, they can't get to the gardens. And so, valid or not, I accept them for what they are. Now, I see this as being a good compromise, and so I'm going to support it. I'm not sure that it's actually getting all the way there. As I mentioned earlier, I'm really not comfortable with sharing footpaths with pedestrians and bikes. But I do think it's a good move, and I do think that it's we're getting near a better resolution. So I'll be supporting this.
Now, who was next? I think it was Councillor Puiwi Kelly and then Councillor Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, I support these. I agree that the debate has been really good. We hear continually that people are hoha with, they're either hoha with the cycleways or that they're hoha because they've lost the car park. So I think this is a good compromise, and I'm going to support both. I like the idea that we're going to go out and consult. We are, aren't we? Isn't that what we're saying? Yeah, yep, that we're going to go out and do some more consulting in Karori Park. It's obvious that we haven't got it quite right there, and this gives an opportunity for some more feedback. So without doing any real harm or making change, but it's also making sure that our people know that, you know, we're listening to them. We aren't just making random decisions around the table. So I support this, and I thank everyone for the discussion as well and the debate. It's getting a bit heated now, but I think it's only because it's getting late. So can we speed it up?
Yeah, I think we do need to speed it up. So if nobody else got anything to say, I'll just have a brief right of reply. So firstly, thank you, Councillor Chung, for your positive words. Oh, sorry, Councillor Calvert. I beg your pardon. There is one more on the list, and it's you.
Just very briefly, look, you know, it is what it is. We have got some changes which we didn't have come February when it was first moved. So the officers have gone away and done some work. As Councillor Chung said, you can't please everyone all the time. I did want to just make a comment, and I noticed that we got a residence monitoring survey, and the cycling was an area of improvement. But I wonder what cost has come at the city, because there's a lot of other areas that we didn't see anywhere near any sort of improvement, which is what our community is saying about having trust and confidence in this council and making the right decisions. So I don't want to burst the bubble on that, but I just think we need to put it in the broader context of generally where the community feel, and that probably talks in some way to Councillor Abdurrahman's comments as well. And look, I have to say, being in a minority, sometimes you have to be bold and brave yourself. It's not always just going with the majority, and then this is what we have to do, because it doesn't matter what view or stance you take, you will get criticism. And you have to justify your views one way or the other. I think more people look at you with your consistency of views and how you apply them. But yeah, so I would just like to say that, you know, we use the word bold or brave, it's used quite a bit, but, you know, we have to, I think everyone is in their own way that, depending on how they are pursuing it. And I know this has been a long journey of about 6 months, actually, just debating how we're going to deal with this. So I thank everyone for their effort in this, because, yes, it's been a long journey just even getting here. Thank you.
Thank you. Firstly, I do want to thank the staff, because I generally forget. Thank you, Jonathan. You know, I've always listened carefully to your opinion and really value the input and wisdom that you bring as a person who's very well seasoned in transport, and I'll use the most general term, because what we are trying to achieve is a city with lots of transport options, and all the options kind of work. Thank you, Claire. You seem to have all the answers at your fingertips, even if you sometimes just have to dive briefly into a piece of paper, but you still have them at your fingertips. And also to Vida, Liam, you know, appreciate your overall guidance of the team, and of course the wonderful Sean, who's slinking away in the background. And I don't know if you've had anything to do with this one, but I do. But also, I really want to just pay tribute to Sophie, who's come on board recently to support this committee, and the way that she managed to handle the submissions, because everybody seemed to have a presentation, and yet we managed to keep to time. So I think that was a really good achievement. And she's also been passing me little notes and reminding me who I've overlooked when it comes to the speaking list. But just the substance of this, I think we actually do need to acknowledge that we have made some improvements. For the people who came with the original problem that led us to review this, we have actually made some improvements. We're going to make some straight away with focusing the parks that are immediately opposite that quite good high quality pedestrian crossing right outside the entrance. We're going to focus that parking on visitors. But to compensate the residents as well, because I think even if they don't say so, I think some of the views that have been expressed about, lack of provision for visitors are actually kind of also about lack of provision for residents and their visitors and their families. We have in our back pocket a solution to provide around 20 extra parks. And I'm actually comfortable with the fact that we're going to use evidence to trigger that provision. It means it's there sitting as a tool for the staff. And hopefully it will give the signal that it's not pointless to raise things with us. We do what we can amongst the balancing act that Ray talked about so eloquently. Ray, just to reassure you, Councillor Chung, just to reassure you, the solution here doesn't put any extra pressure on pedestrians. We're retaining the cycleway on that side, potentially. And the other point is, if in the future this really still needs extra work, nothing that we're doing today precludes coming back and having another look at whether this justifies some extra money. But I would probably like to suggest that we're a little way down the track before we need to think about that with the 20 car parks in the back pocket. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you for everybody for hanging in there with a pretty difficult at times debate, but I think that's part of our work. We'll go to the vote. Is there any need to take anything separately? One thing I did mean to mention is the reason we've got a slight adjustment to item resolution 3 is that this reflects the fact that work has been done already by officers to work with the community. So it's been adjusted because this paper is coming back to us, and it needed to be refreshed after 3 months to reflect the current direction. Can we take it all together? Is that okay? Or do we want to do 1, 2 and 3? All together? Is that okay? Right, let's go. Oh, and we're back to harmony and unanimity. Surprisingly. Okay, right, so because we have some complications, I am actually going to move the next item, which was I think Councillor Calvert has an amendment, and I've just had a note that says there's some new wording suggested. So I will be moving this one because we're up to the decision register updates and upcoming reports, and I'm pleased to say this is the last thing. Is this the updated version? Okay, we might need to take a short adjournment. I'm sorry, everybody. for coming back. Just to be a bit mindful that if we do hit 3:30, we have to vote to extend the meeting, but I'm fairly confident we won't need... No, I don't think that's going to happen. Right, so, Councillor Calvert, I'm moving the... I move. Are we allowed to take questions? Okay, so I'm going to move the main motion, but Councillor Calvert has an amendment.
Thank you. Again, this has been, the last couple of regulatory processes meeting, we've heard from businesses down at the bottom part of Kaiwharawhara about the concerns they have to access the businesses between, in particular in the mornings. Now, this is following in December when what we had was a temporary clearway that then was instated to a permanent no parking 24/7 along a stretch of road. I understand it's about 82 metres. I thought it was about 200, but it's about 82 metres. So it's only a relatively small part, but it's a very vital part for those local businesses. And, you've heard from a lot of, last meeting we had them in public participants and the meeting before. And in April, there was the intention to get officers' advice on coming back about what options there were, like moving a traffic resolution. Now, over this last 2 months, officers have looked into this about what they can do about and about the mechanism to move forward with this. I appreciate Councillor Free going out and visiting their location yesterday. But we agreed that we needed a bit more of a cohesive and analytical view of getting feedback, because we are hearing a lot of feedback. And if we move with a traffic resolution to go and consult with now, what it enables us then to do is to gather that feedback in a consistent way, in a neutral way, and then depending on what comes back, it may be that this the consultation will be successful, or it may well be able to come up with some other suggestions. And I've heard suggestions about, well, you can use Spotlight. Now, in the past, our officers have approached the local Spotlight organisation about whether their car parks can be used outside of business hours. That has not been permitted. And I know for a fact that if you do park there outside of business hours, you will be ticketed. So this is really a way of going out to consult, getting further feedback, ensuring that we also consult with those local businesses and get their feedback in an independent way. And hopefully we've got all the right wording around what we need. So I'm just wondering who's going to second now.
I should have mentioned the mayor's going to second the main course. Okay, so Liz, would you like to speak now, Pipiri Kelly?
Yes, thank you. I do support...
do we have questions of officers on this? Oh, okay, right.
No.
Does anyone? No, I don't. Okay.
I do support this. We've heard very clearly that this is impacting negatively on a gym and a business in the area, and this seems to me as a way to demonstrate that we're listening to them and to potentially resolve it, because what we're still saying is that this is going to come back to us. Yeah, so this will still come back, but it's asking officers to go and do something now. I know that we all got quite a lengthy email again just recently from the same business, so I support this, and thank you for bringing it to the table.
Anyone else wanting to speak on this one? Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, I would just like to encourage you not to support this. I think it takes us into an unclear decision-making cycle in the one that we've just been in, that it undermines policy decision of a committee of the whole that was consulted on to make a connected citywide cycle network through Pāniki Pōneke. That my understanding is that there are only a couple of businesses that have issues, and cities change, and the conditions on the roads change. We continue to work with them to support their functioning and support car parking to make the best use of the street space that we have available. However, for all of the reasons that the Clearway was just voted down in this committee to do something that's so explicit is, with likely the same result, is just a waste of time and money, and to me represents a constant relitigation of decisions. And please, can we not?
Councillor Chung.
We do have to stand up for what we believe in. We do have to stand up and support people who say that something isn't working. And so that's what some of us are out doing all the time. Now, I hear from people who actually live in Cameron Street. I've mentioned Cameron Street before. When people go visiting these businesses and they can't find car parks, or the workers who actually work in these businesses can't find car parks, they go up and park in Cameron Street. And so we came up with a solution up there, but that doesn't seem to work either. So I think this is again, it's another good compromise. We need to, we talk about not constantly relitigating things or changing things, but if something doesn't work, it's our duty to actually look at it and see if we can actually improve it. So we can't just leave things simply because of some ideology that somebody seems to have. Yes, you. Thank you.
I've got Councillor Rogers next.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to speak briefly, and it's kind of going on from Mayor Whānau's point, and that's around change. And I guess what I wanted to highlight in this part of town in particular is that we see two dynamics in play with the installation of the cycleway. We do have a gym that is continuing to operate in the same way that it did previously, and is voicing that it is finding difficult to do so. And what we also have is another gym that has established itself and has capitalised on the fact that there is now a cycleway outside. And I think that is exactly what we talk about when we talk about changing cities. There is tension there, and the tension is whether you are willing to adapt, as all good businesses should, adapt to the climate, try and find the advantage in it and get the best over the next person beside you, or whether you try and dig your heels in and see if you can do the same thing. And the matter of fact really is cities worldwide, the place where you find the best benefit is by adapting and responding to change. And that's why we should continue to have this cycleway. It's only been in for a very short period of time, and we will see demonstrable benefits like we already have.
Thank you. Yeah, I won't be supporting this. I'll speak now. I won't be supporting this, and partly I think it is just that I'm starting, I feel as if coming on the back of the last discussion that we're starting to want to unwind a lot of things rather than look for fresh solutions. I think there are other solutions actually than putting this back. I went down there, yes, I acknowledge I spoke to two businesses that expressed various degrees of discomfort with what's happened, but I also spoke to more businesses, probably about another 10 actually, who are managing. They've either got parking, they've collaborated with neighbouring businesses that have got extra parking, or they're actually quite grateful for the cycleway in one instance because it's meant that their large trucks coming in and out have got a little bit more visibility and freedom to do so. There is quite a lot of parking there, actually, funnily enough, but I don't know that it's been very efficiently shared. And so I think that there are other solutions rather than in this quite short space of time, basically undoing a decision we made not quite so long ago. But I have a lot of, I do have sympathy. I'm not unsympathetic with how hard it can be to adapt, but I think there's still room for people to adapt. So I won't be supporting this. Anyone else? Councillor Randall.
So I guess I'm quite lucky. I come from Johnsonville, where it's the one suburb where a cycle lanes was proposed, and the community rallied and said no, and we haven't got them. And I've got to tell you, up there regularly businesses have a sigh of relief that a cycleway did not turn up and take away the access to their business. Because having sympathy for a business that's going down the gurgler doesn't actually help the business. People make real investments when they set up in a business. Some people have their life savings sometimes, and they're trying to make it work. And having made a long-term commitment in terms of purchasing a building or having a long-term lease means that they just can't change. In fact, we want businesses to know and have certainty about how our city is going to operate and how people are going to move around it. I'm not sure if anyone's noticed, but people are not coming to our city. And when we go and do projects, including cycleway projects, buried inside there is the assumption that fewer people will be driving through that area. And consistently, project after project means less driving. Now, that is all very well if people switch to cycling. And the reality is they're not. They're just not coming. They're working from home. They're going to Queensgate. Certainly, that's always been the establishment for people in Johnsonville. We don't come into the city. Whether the parking is really there or not there doesn't matter anymore. People assume it's not there. So I'm really disappointed in this council not having the flexibility and indeed even the innovation to try something different. And this is a very small cycleway. Very few people cycle along this area. It's up a steep hill, up and down that. And this idea about let's try and go back to the Clearway, which was working for everybody. It was providing safety for a majority of the cyclists. The fact that if we're unable to do that, I just think that it shows how inflexible and determined some of the elected members are to cram down cycling into areas, whether it's appropriate or not. So I do ask you to think about this, because I think that this whole approach of the city's attitude to planning the city and transforming the city is actually something that the whole community is looking at, and probably is going to be an issue for the election, because it really needs to, the feedback is not really in alignment with what the council's trying to do. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else want to speak? No. Councillor Calvert, do you want to write a reply?
Yes, please. Look, I asked you do support this. This is going out about, this is consulting, so we're going to get some feedback. And if you, I'd just like to acknowledge everyone who has spoken. This cycleway has been in for a couple of years. It was all working fine. There was a few hiccups, like there are with anything that we do, and we adjust accordingly. But when this change was done at the end of last year, it really had a real allergic reaction from the business, because what it was impacting is on their customers. And I think what we've seen in particular from the gym is that their customers coming to speak for the businesses. And I'd just like you to, this is not somebody who just can rent and has a week-to-week rent. This is when you sign up for a commercial premises, you're signing up for 5 years. You've probably got your house on the line as well. So we have these expectations of businesses to be able to pivot at the drop of a hat, literally. They can't do that. We've got to understand what the impacts of the changes. And we made this change from a Clearway to a 24/7 without even doing any surveys or even seeing was it needed, how it would go, how would we implement the change. Yes, it was made in committee, but people are running businesses. They don't follow what we decide here in our building. So they were hit by surprise with this. So all I'm saying is we go out and consult is, on putting it back. That worked fine. It worked with the connected cycleway up through to Nio. And we may come up with other suggestions as part of that in a way to alleviate the issues. And that will be great. And look, all due respect to you, Councillor Free, for going out, but I don't think it's fair that you relay some of your conversations yesterday, because you did not do that in an analytical way, in a consistent way. You did not speak with the business owner, all of the business owners. You did not speak with the landlords. So I do ask that you support a process that is done through our offices, that's independent, it's consistent, and it has some rigor around it, so that we have got good feedback, that we can all we have one version of the truth, and we can make a decision when it comes back to us. So I really hope that you do support this. Businesses are going to be the lifeblood of our city. If we don't have businesses, we don't have jobs. And if we don't have jobs, we can't afford housing. So it is really important. So I do ask for your support, because this is about going out and getting information that we can make an informed decision on. Thank you.
All right, we will go to the vote. Of course. That has failed. Okay, we'll go back just to the main recommendation, and that's just to receive the information. The Mayor had agreed to second. Sorry, I didn't make that completely clear. I don't think we need any more debate. Shall we just go to the vote? Yeah.
Yes.
And that has passed. Right, we will now have the closing karakia, and thank you everybody for what has been a relatively long and quite full program, for sticking there. Right, unahia, ki te urutapa nui, kia wātia, kia māma, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua, i te ara takatu, koe rā I rongo, whaka iria aki ki runga, kia wātia, aia rā, kua wātia.